It's Nemo Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Hey man, we are just blocks away from where trucking radio began. I guess it's about a 1.5 to 2 minute ride down to Rampart Street. Dave, that's a fair assessment, correct?
Yeah, if the traffic's light.
Traffic's light? Yeah, you could make that bounce. You could, and if you catch the lights, perfectly, you could do it in about 2 minutes. About 3.5, 4 minutes. Then a little bit of time to park, walk across the street, and actually see the remnants of the place where Dave would walk out at 5 o'clock in the morning, push on that door, and there'd be a drunk waiting for him.
Yeah.
That's kind of the reality of it as well, too.
He'd fall in and I'd walk out.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Hey, before I kind of dive into this thing, there is a record album, actually a 45 single that I left on your desk to greet you this morning. We'll talk about that in a second. Dave, I spent the weekend. Dave Nemo, of course, is who I'm talking to here on Nemo Nation. And, of course, our good friend Phone Master Dre can be found at 615-292-6366. 615-292
Nemo.
And of course, if you
That's
do,
Nemo, not Nemeux.
Yeah, although I don't have a problem. Maybe that's the new incarnation. Maybe that is the new incarnation of the whole enchilada. Maybe we'll just call you Nemo. Dave Nemo, kind of go with that.
Nemo.
Dave Nemo, I spent a weekend in the 70s, I guess is a good way of kind of describing what my reality was. I was just I'm working on something. Hopefully we'll get it up by the end of the week. So I was looking at the website for the newly revived heavy metal magazine.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at, DC Comics owns Mad Magazine. Don't know if you know that.
I did not know that.
And
Always or
no?
No.
I mean, it was a couple of maybe a decade or so, but maybe a little bit longer than that. But that website looks terrific. Heavy Metal's website looks outstanding as well. The other website I was looking at was R. Crumb's merchandise website. Looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of great stuff over there. So I was looking at that. You can see where I'm going with this now, by the way. And I found out that alive and well, still illustrating, still painting, still being a madman, is the great adult animator. And when I say adult, I mean some of it's really nasty, but he's not like making like pornos. Ralph Bakshi. You know Ralph Bakshi?
I don't think I do.
Oh, yes, you do.
Okay.
All those cartoons from the 70s that actually were for adults, like Coonskin, American Pop, the animated Lord of the Rings, not the Rankin and Bass one, the actually adult one that they did, and of course, most famously, Fritz the Cat, where R. Crumb and Ralph Bakshi kind of get together. His career kind of really fizzles out as animation gets more sophisticated and more people kind of do it. And he also made Cool World with Brad Pitt and Gabriel Byrne. That was really just terrible. And that was kind of the end of that. But his website is up there alive and well, and it's just kind of like living back in that kind of what I call that wood paneling gauge illumination time of the 1970s. And in the back of this studio, we have a massive, or not massive, but a pretty substantial 45 record collection. And I left one in front of you. Can you tell people what that 45 is?
Well, that 45 is Columbia Records Moving On from 1975, featuring The Strangers, headed up by Merle Haggard. I don't know if anybody knew, but Merle Haggard's band, he had a band, and they were called The Strangers.
Isn't that weird? Because it's interesting, too, because a lot of people run away from having a band. Haggard runs towards a band. He's got The Strangers. Nobody remembers The Strangers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people don't. I mean, I know who they are, but nobody really goes Merle Haggard and The Strangers.
Yeah.
I mean, Elvis Costello is who we know. He's got a band, too, by the way. Graham Parsons has a band. What's the name of the band?
Graham Parsons? Oh, my God. I can't remember.
And The Shot. Graham Parsons and The Shot.
Oh, and I did not know that.
Yeah, The Shot. Yeah, I mean, these people have bands. It just, they want to be in a band. I mean, Lindsay's talked about that too. Like, she wished she had a band. I'm like, go get a band. Go get a bunch of dudes in Dude Town and go become Lindsay Lawler and the Outlawlers. Go do it whatever you
like
got.
That.
That's hers, not mine. I will not take credit for that terrific idea. I won't take credit for any of your terrific ideas either. By the way, at some point we're going to have our good friend Dean Croke drop in, are we not? Is he here?
Oh, he's here.
Good morning to you, Dean. Welcome to Nemo Nation.
nowhere else I'd rather be on a Monday morning.
Good morning, my
Dean.
friend. Good morning. How you doing? What's going on? Where are you at right now? You still back in Boston?
I'm in Boston, yeah. Dare I say, celebrating a New England Patriots win. Very exciting.
It's crazy,
Last
man.
night.
I feel like I was making the joke about Ralph Bakshi this morning. If you've ever seen any of his animated movies, I feel like that we're right now living in the middle of one. But there just feels like everything that we've ever experienced throughout the course of the last 50 years in this 250-year experience of America, I'm noticing everything seems to be coming back up, and Patriot dominance seems to be
Right.
a return to form. Although I will tell you, the Saints ending a season on a really promising note was kind of perpetually in the 70s as well. I don't know if you know that about the Saints. The Saints would always finish like 3 or 4 years from like 75 to 79. Each year they would finish a little bit stronger than they'd finished the year before, filling everybody with hope until they went 1-15 and the bags went over everybody's heads.
Yeah.
But the Patriots got that big win. It was a
Yeah,
big deal.
unlikely.
Look, wait a minute. Okay,
Yeah,
the Saints with the ain'ts, with the bags over their heads.
Yeah.
Where would you find those people? In the stadium.
In the stadium,
You know?
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, the big comeback is off and running. So what do you got on the docket for us today? What are we talking about? What's happening? What do you got percolating up in that brain of yours?
Yes, interesting this week. I looked at all the rates on the weekend, and there's something happening in the market. I mean, this should make every trucker that's out there hauling freight in the spot market pretty happy. I'm sure they're noticing something. I mean, not so much the drivers are out there that are company drivers. They should be pretty busy and enjoying, the start of the year. But for the owner-operators out there, they should be noticing much higher rates to start this year, because normally things back off pretty aggressively. When I say back off, rates generally plummet in the first week of the year. They're not this year. I mean, they dropped a little bit. Just to give you a sense, normally, I went back and looked at rates over the weekend, and normally the first week of the year, rates drop something like 25 to 30 cents a mile in the first 10 days of the year. This year, they dropped only 7 cents a mile. So it's only a week. It's only one data point, but there's something different going on in the market. And there's two things I'm watching. One is I don't know whether there's just less trucks in the market, which is what I think a lot of people were hoping for, or there's just less truckers willing to come back into the market and are sitting it out. And that's what I think I'm waiting to see, if either of those two things are happening. My money's on the first one. I think there's less trucks in the market. I know there's less trucks because the large carriers have been buying fewer trucks, and that's definitely going to be a factor as we get into the second part of this year when the economy starts to improve and freight market starts to roll around. But that's what I'm watching at the market at the moment, guys, is the freight market has definitely got a higher floor as we head into the start of this year, which is good news.
By the way, sorry about that. The world came to life. I muted my microphone and did not mute RadioNemo, which was happening before our very eyes. Dean, let me ask you really quickly, too. If, in fact, you're right about the first inclination, if that, in fact, is what's happening, does that speed up our recovery or begin to at least stabilize the situation, or does it in fact just mean that things aren't going to get worse? And there's a difference between those two things. The idea
Great question.
Because what I'm sensing that you're saying is we've been talking for the better part of a year about a more informed marketplace, which means more people hung around a lot longer waiting for somebody else to blink. What you're suggesting is that people have blinked. If that, in fact, is the case, now I just want to make sure we got that in there because you've been talking about this forever. We may have reached that moment. What does it mean?
Normally, if demand was really strong and manufacturing was robust and the economy was booming, I would say this would hasten a market inversion or a market flip really quickly. Because when spot rates go on a tear like this, capacity comes back into the market and the whole market flips itself. And then remember spot rates when they go up, they lead contract rates by about 4 to 6 months. and that's normally when the market goes into this next inflationary cycle, or what we call a bull market. Now, I don't think that'll happen this time around because the underlying driver of freight demand is still fairly tepid. So even though capacity may be exiting the spot market and spot market rates are going up, the overall driver of demand is still fairly soft. So I don't think you'll see that second part of it, which is this strong market surge of the overall freight market. I think what you'll see is a gradual rising of the market over the second part of this year. So I think that's going to be more of a story. I think what you'll see is a gradual increase in demand is going to be meeting up with this sort of contraction of capacity. You know, a lot of people talk about ghost fleets and this sort of excess capacity that's been, you know, wafting around the market that's been keeping a lid on freight rates for the last 2 or 3 years. That's largely disappeared out of the market for a variety of reasons. So I think we're not going to see this massive volatility in the market that we've been experiencing. I think it's going to be more of a gradual rise out of, you know, off the bottom of this market that we've been seeing, but from a higher base. So the lows that we've been experiencing we're going to rise off a higher base this year. That's what I think we're seeing as we head into the spring.
What is really cool, let me give it one more follow-up question, and I hope this is the most hopeful for our listeners out there, particularly the owner-operators, is the people who have stuck it out, who have managed to, as we said, get serious about it, like you like to talk about. If you've stuck it out, this is the moment when you, that particular person, should start seeing an improvement. What you've suggested, if I'm hearing you correctly, is you don't anticipate the mad rush to get back in because, one, the economy overall isn't strong enough. Two, more importantly, I think a lot of people who have just left are broken. And I mean, like, they got bruised and battered, held on for dear life, and they're the last ones to leave the problems in the market, and they're not going to jump back in anytime soon. And the combination of that and a slow economy is going to prevent a capacity problem from rearing its ugly head again. That being said, it means that those who stuck around are going to do okay for themselves, correct?
Yeah, think about tighter capital, higher insurance costs, tighter requirements to get into the industry, more scrutiny.
You hung up on him, Dre. We're going to get him back on the phone here in a second. Oh, he's good. I got him back. Sorry about that. And by the way, Dre didn't do anything wrong. He just picked up the phone. We got all kinds of newfangled technology. Dre's got a new set of headsets, by the way, that are really cool. He can actually mute. He can actually mute by lifting his boom mic, and we're really thrilled about that. Really quickly before we go on, we got
Lift that boom, mute that mic.
Yeah, exactly. Our good friend Chowder says, well, start of the day in Chicago at frozen assets, almost hit twice by people backing in. A lot of stuff crazy going on there, but he says good morning to all of the folks out there in cyberspace, including Dean, Dre, Jimmy, Dave, Trucker Bosun, Pie Man, and the rest who will eventually show up. Trucker Bosun did show up and says, good morning, RGR family. And Lovey and Earl 504, friends from the East, say, good morning, my family. Hopefully you all had a great weekend and have a really, really fun day. And Dave Nemo, of course, is not only here, he's in the chat. By the way, Brad Bentley says, good morning, Nemo Nation. I'm going to buy some time because it's a fun thing that Dre does with us here in a second. Bruce Almighty says, good morning, hashtag RGR. Happy Monday. Happy to you, Bruce Almighty. And then, of course, Gina Harrison. What would we be without her and BB the King of Fastport? Go to fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeship.org and find out about people who sponsor this station. But Dre, can you help me out here just for one quick second? Because the Paranormal Pie Man is here in the chat and he says, yo. Good morning, everybody out there. Dean, can you hang out just for a second? Pastor John is going to be joining us. We're going to take a quick break here. The actual Pastor John is going to stop in and just say hi. Dre, we'll keep Dean on. We'll get the pastor in here. We'll do a deep breath, get a little bit of a pledge, a little bit of a national anthem, and then come back with the good pastor and a few more thoughts from Dean Croke himself.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see world's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's get a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
Real Dean Croke, Dave Nemo, Phone Master Dre, Andre Thibodeau. By the way, that is spelled with that funky end to the O sound as opposed to Nemo. And we just say good morning, Pastor Jay. How you doing, my brother? How you doing, my friend? Good morning, good morning. I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. How are you, friend?
I am awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You guys having too much fun this morning.
A blast and a half, and now that you're here, it's even better. So let me ask you a question. It's going to throw you in the deep end right now. You basically minister to a lot of souls out there on the highways and byways, and I was curious, how often do people do direct check-ins with you, come looking for you and say, Pastor, I'm a little lost, or I need to be a little more found. Can you give me the good word?
Well, normally when we have one of you, we listen to you guys, or because we do a devotional here at Bennett on Wednesdays as well. We do that live as well, and it's probably like less than 5 minutes. I have at least 8 to 10 drivers that call and say, "Hey, you was right, spot on this morning. Hey, I appreciate this. Hey, you did a good job on that." So it's according to what they're going through, and when they're going through a whole lot, brother, you're going to get a lot of calls.
Yeah, I can imagine that as well. And I'm sure, like I said, the other thing is, too, what we over here, Dean, myself, Dave, Andre, what we really kind of pride ourselves on is there's a lot of negativity out there, a lot of grievance in the world right now. We're in the business of creating a community of joy and a community of friendship and fellowship over here at Nemo Nation and all across Radio Nemo's platforms. How do you manage to do that in a time that is very divisive? One of the reasons why we're so crazy about you is that the message is always to look inward and to make yourself the light and the example in the world. How do you manage to maintain such good spirits and to keep your, I guess we could call it your flock or your friends or your congregation in good spirits as well? How do you maintain that wonderful attitude that you have, my friend?
Well, I tell people all the time, so you can't let the external factors interfere with what's going on with you internally, because the majority of the stuff that you and I deal with in the realities of what I call life is stuff that's going to happen regardless, whether we're here or whether we're gone. You just have to basically learn how to pass, just basically shut it down and keep moving, because people, I'm going to tell you, people will try and steal your joy. People will try and steal your happiness, your peace. And the reason they're trying to do it is because they want to pull you into the same situation that they're in. And if it's not a situation that you feel like you need to be in, then don't allow somebody else to pull you into it. I'm even that way with my own family. I tell them, I said, that's not a fight that I'm involved in, so therefore I'm not going to get involved in it. Now, what I will do is show you what the Bible says about whatever you're dealing with, and then let you navigate from there, because people will try and pull you into their situations simply because of the fact that they want somebody else to be involved in that pity party or the frustration that they're dealing with.
I'm going to tell you something right now. You take the next step. There's lots of people that tell you, I'm not going there. But you take the next step, and I love this step. My dad does this a lot, too. Rather than asking me to come over where you are, why don't you come join us over here where things are a little bit better? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the second part of the offer. I always feel like people forget that. It's great to set up a boundary, but it's also great to roll out a welcome mat, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I try and get people to see, because I have a lot of people that tell me, man, every time I see you smiling, you can't always be happy. I said, let me explain something to you. I said, when you see me smiling, that's simply because of the fact that I know God is faithful. But I said, but it does not say that I'm not going through something. It does not say that life is not hitting me in the chest as well. The truth of the matter is you just got to deal with it. Ask God to give you wisdom on how to move forward, and then ask God to just give you the strength to endure. Because at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, I always tell people this too shall pass.
Well, this too shall pass as well, John, but I want you to do me a favor, and I'm asking a big one of you. Can you bestow a little bit of a word of affirmation or a blessing on? We got plenty of people in the chat this morning telling you good morning. Dean's here, Dave's here, Andre's here. Can you give us a bit of a blessing before you go back to ministering to the rest of everybody else who needs you so desperately?
Yes, I can. One of the things that I've been sharing for the past couple of weeks with people is getting to know God personally, having an intimate walk with God. And one of the challenges that you have when you want to get intimate with God is you want to be in a position to where you don't have any sin in your life, meaning that you're not wrestling with something that God is telling you to turn or loose. If God is jerking at your heart and pulling on your heart and asking you to let something go, He's doing it for a divine reason, because there's something better that He wants to give you. And the reality to it is most of us out there are dealing with something. So guess what? If we're dealing with something, hand that back to God and let God address it. And the Scripture teaches very clearly that God said this in John 3:16. We always quote it, for God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in Him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And then we stop there, but it also said that He didn't send His Son into the world to basically beat the world down, but He gave the world an opportunity to come to Him. So what we want to do is make sure that as we walk through this thing called life, let's make sure we stay positive. Because if God looked at us while we were yet sinners and Christ died for us, if He allowed His Son to die for us while we were still in our mess, then we should be willing to listen to Him and let Him help us to navigate through this great thing called life. Don't allow yourself to be the victim. Allow yourself to be victorious, because when it's all said and done, this too shall pass. Father, we love you. Thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of this great show. We thank you so much for the leadership here. Thank you so much for Dave and the team. I thank you that you love us enough to allow us to continue to do this great thing called trucking. Father, we praise you for all the guys and the ladies out there on the road making this country move forward. And we say thank you, thank you, thank you that they chose a profession that will make life better for others and not just for them as well. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, John. Thank you, good Reverend. Thank you, good Pastor. Thank you, good minister, for all the lost sheep out there. We love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Thank you, John.
Yes, sir. God bless you.
Pastor John, of course, always love hearing from him. You want to get the back end of that? Well, let's do the back end. Here we go.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Say welcome back, Dave.
Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you very much. Say welcome back, Dean.
Welcome back, Dean.
Yeah, and say welcome back, Drake. Can you kind of slip that one in there, too?
Welcome back, Drake.
Welcome back to you all. Welcome back
Where's
to you.
Cotter?
Where's Cotter?
Oh, man.
Who'd have thought
Come
we need
on.
you back here where we need you? Well, we teased him
And
a
I'll see
lot,
you guys later.
but we got him on the spot. Welcome, Dave. Welcome, Dave. Welcome, Dave. Welcome, Dave. Bruce Almighty says amen as well, and Trucker Poston says you need to avoid the why me people. You know, Dean, I'm actually going to kind of put you in a little bit of a spot here and say there's so much of what John says that actually kind of plays right into your kind of view of how people should treat trucking. Don't be a victim. Don't see yourself as somebody who is put upon. See yourself as part of a community and a team that you have assembled, but also of associates. This may be one of the few professions where our competition, we rely on them to be as good as us, because if they're not, it hurts us all, right?
Yeah, it's one of those professions where you spend so much time on your own. It's easy to fall victim to your own success, right? And
Yes.
I think you forget we talk about sleep a lot, but lack of sleep causes you to be inwardly, you kind of beat yourself up a lot because of the little things that go wrong. And lack of sleep drives a lot of criticism of everything that goes on. And you very quickly become a victim of your own success and failure as a trucker. And it becomes a really hard job. And the little things that go wrong become momentous occasions. And things get blown out of proportion. And you have so much windscreen time, it becomes a grind. And it shouldn't. Because like the things you get to see and do as a truck driver are absolutely amazing. I was just talking to Sean Nelson, my newfound friend. I call him the beekeeper. I mean, he's not Jason Statham, but he's right up there with the beekeepers.
Hey, by the way, really quickly, I want to say the finest compliment I ever got when I was in the shape of my life at 36 years old. I was power walking through the French Quarter. Now, you know what I look like, Dean, but I actually was, right. I wasn't clean shaven, but I was stubbled down, and I was booking. And I went by this African American fellow, and I won't say it in full, but he went, "Look out, here comes the mother trucking transporter." And it was the greatest compliment I ever received in my life. Beekeepers are pretty cool dudes. That's a good movie, by the way. It was a lot of fun. Go on, please. I'm sorry.
He's hauling, I met them when I was out in Truckee, and he's got 450 beehives on, and he's hauling 22 million bees per truckload to the almond pollination event in California. And I'm thinking, these guys are rock stars. And but to haul 22 million bees along I-80 over the Donner Pass, and it's snowing and everything. I mean, they kind of shrug their shoulders, but to do that with live insects, like this is not for the lighthearted. This takes a lot of skill to do this day in, day out. And I'm not just full of admiration, but when you talk to these guys, it's a tough world. It's a lonely existence because you're on your own all the time. And I get what Pastor John's talking about, because you're on your own and you have your thoughts, and you have a lot of people around you that don't respect what you do, and you don't get a lot of pats on the back from a lot of people. And you see, I know what Chowder's doing. He sent me some pictures of what he's doing there. He was there last night waiting for his 6 a.m. spot. And there's a lot of people there that are highly dependent on the refrigerated goods that he's delivering at that dock this morning in Chicago. And they would be absolutely clueless that he spent most of his weekend getting that freight there for the Chicago people that are going to be consuming those goods today. And he's done a Herculean job to get it there, but he's also burnt a lot of hours not being paid for that time over the weekend. His weekend, while everybody's out there yahooing and having a great time, he's sitting there maybe doing a 34 reset. Right?
I hope so, because he loves But here's the thing: is he loves pro football. Anybody that loves pro football this weekend, Dean, and maybe they got a chance to listen to it on their satellite radio or through any kind of services they have. Yeah. Dude, there are people who love football who this weekend had to drive trucks all across the country. They missed not one, not two. They missed 5 amazing football games. Amazing football games. The best. Exactly. And they do it, as the pastor said, these are the people that chose this profession, one that actually helps people. Can you stick around a little bit longer if you got to go? I know you're a busy dude, but
I've got a little bit of time.
Okay,
I'm good.
We're gonna go take a break here real quick. When we come back on Nemo Nation, Dave, I swear to God, we have the best national day of all time coming up, along with Clean Your Desk Day. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, get back on the road, and we've been doing it since '97. These folks know what they're doing. Check them out. Dean Croke, Andre Thibodeau, Phone Master Dre himself, and of course, Nemo.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Hey, Dave, would you consider yourself a wild man?
Oh, maybe in my own mind.
Yeah, were you ever, like, in your own life, a wild man?
Maybe for about 30 minutes. When I was 19.
Yeah, Dean, were you ever a wild man? Would you ever consider yourself a wild man in your truck driving days?
Probably, 2 million miles at least.
Yeah. Dre, have you ever been a wild man in your life?
Oh, God, yes.
We're going to be talking.
I have a record to prove it.
We're going to talk to a genuine wild man here in a moment, by the way. And by the way, I can have that expunged if you really want to actually. If you ever want to talk about having that record expunged, we'll take care of it. Unless, of course, you like it as a badge of honor.
Yeah, y'all can't see the one from before I was 18, so we're good.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Good. We got that taken care of. We got that, little bit of walk-around money took care of that. The history of Feast of the Fabulous Wild Men Day is blurry. This doesn't stop us from celebrating amazing men who fascinate us in every possible way. Wild men initially referred to ancient mythological features, men of strange shapes, sizes, and behaviors. The legend originated from medieval Europe. They often were depicted as hairy men, scary men. They unpacked their adjectives. They were also called woodwoes, a medieval term for wild men. Wild men are recognized in other languages like German, French, and Italian, each having a specific term for the word wild man. They're also wild women, by the way. They're called Lamia or Holzmaya. The example is Maya, a Greco-Roman goddess of the earth, also known as the goddess of fertility. The first historian to describe mythical wild men is Herodotus, who placed them in western Libya with headless men and creatures with dog faces.
Oh, I know that guy.
You know that guy, huh? Yeah. I mean, so basically it's the Feast of the Wild Man. Today is the Feast of the Wild Man. Books like Iron John, written by Robert Bly, Finding Your Inner King and all that kind of crapulous stuff, which I kind of dig. I think it's all really groovy. You know who loves that stuff, huh, Dre?
Tell me.
Chowder!
Chowder!
Good morning
Not
to
a
you.
corn kind either.
Good morning, everybody, and morning, Dean. Go Patriots!
Morning.
What a great week! What a great weekend of football. All nail biters come down to the end. Still trying to figure out that one game, and I can't remember who it was. The Bills game, I guess. 5 officials all say it's the Bills' ball, but somehow Jacksonville ended up with it on a fumble, and even the commentators said how they all just changed their mind in the last second. But I'm not saying it's rigged or counterfeit or falsified for fantasy money making, but there is some evidence. I'm just going to report on your nice survey there, Dean, about meat products in Chicago. I'm over here in West Central Avenue, 27th Avenue is across street here in Chicago in the meat market district, and there's about 40 trucks with reefers all running, trying not to hit each other, but mostly making it into the docks, and a lot of dead animal products and flesh being exchanged between trailer and warehousing. So somebody must be doing okay today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I thought Jimmy was going through my class photo album of high school, and he was talking about hairy, wild women and men of all deranged adjectives. And I'm not really wild, but I am a connoisseur of bad decisions on a frequent basis. I don't know if that counts.
Well, I'll tell you why I consider you a wild man. First of all, you drive a truck for a living. That immediately begins to enter into the sphere. You're also a guy who likes to go on walkabouts. You're also a guy who likes to kind of get out there in the land of nature, not afraid to put on a costume and scare the locals. So I think you qualify as a wild man, my brother. I think you're up there.
All right. Oh, yeah, and I forgot. Good morning, Claire. It's good to know that she's in the lurking areas of cyberspace also. Sure miss hearing her on the radio, though. Everything going well with your family, Jimmy? I don't have anything earth-shattering. I just want to say good morning to my favorite Bostonian and Dave, because that's when they're on Mondays. But how's your dad doing? Doing all right?
My dad is doing good. My mom is going to have surgery in the beginning of March. She's going to have 2 knee surgeries, and they had to make it was a kind of a fateful decision because they were trying to determine whether or not to do it. It only hurt when she stood for extended periods of time. That hurt has come a little bit sooner, and then a couple of weeks ago it began to hurt while she was in bed. That the one place it didn't hurt is when she was lying down or sitting down. It crept in a little bit, and they thought, well, maybe it's just the weather change, but they're at the point now. And she, by the way, is not afraid of the surgeries. What she's not looking forward to is the recoveries. Because she's like, this is typical. Dave knows Kay, so you know what KK is like. She said, look, if something goes wrong, I'm 82 years old. I'm going to, whatever happens, I'll be fine. She said, it's everybody else I'm worried about. But it's the recovery. It's those knee recoveries. Because unlike the hip where people are up and walking 4 weeks later, and it's 2 surgeries. You can't have both knees worked on at once because you got to do physical therapy for them.
Yeah. And Jimmy, I heard, I talked to our good friend, the Rat of the Pack of Canada, and I missed some shows the other day and miss a lot. Tune in on Nemo Nation, everybody. But I guess you and I are on the same plan for the next Raiders soon-to-be unemployed coach for the next 4 years. I'm a Savansky or whatever you pronounce his name fan too. I think Coach of the Year twice in a row. You don't forget how to coach. You just get bad players. So I think the Raiders should probably bring him in.
Yeah, let me tell you something about the Cleveland Browns. This actually relates to trucking, and I think Dean, Dave, and Andre know what I'm talking about as well too. I think the best way to understand how the Cleveland Browns are run is to ask yourself the question what the owner of the Cleveland Browns runs as well, and that answers your question right there, and how he ran it when he did.
The Browns and the Raiders have something in common, don't you, Jimmy? Other than bad records and losing seasons.
Here it comes.
My Raiders choose to spend too much money on 4 or 5 coaches at a time, where the Browns just like to give all their money to one criminal and let him sit on the bench.
Ooh.
And with that, I think I'll let you guys go. Have a nice day.
He'll show himself out. What you got in your mind, Dean? What you gonna say?
I wanted to ask Chowder a question. You still there, Chowder?
Oh, he gone.
He gone. What were you going to ask him?
Oh.
He can answer it in the chat.
He had a 6 o'clock. He had a 6 o'clock appointment, and it's 7:35 in Chicago. I wanted to know whether he was on the dock or not, or he's still waiting. That's the big question I had for him. So.
Did you see? This was a long time ago stat. The average waiting time at the dock for the American trucker is anywhere between 16 and 18 minutes. And of course, people are going to go, "That's not so bad." I'm like, no. I'm like, you have no idea, guys. That's adding in every single person who's ever been able to pick up and go as well too. That's terrible. And it was Jason Miller, I think, was talking about it as well too. If we could get that cut in half, the efficiency at which the trucker's lifestyle and the cost of goods would both significantly drop. The quality of life would go up, and the cost of what we have to deal with would go down. And it's kind of a remarkable thing. But you know a little bit more about that, don't you?
Yeah, I just think it's an incredibly inefficient way to spend time. It's like the old adage that we always talk about called "hurry up and wait." But he's going to spend a decent part of his day there. He kind of jokingly talked about all of those other trucks and trailers trying not to hit each other. But the critical part of today is getting unloaded and then repositioned to get loaded and get out of town. Now, that's not, that's not an easy thing to do in Chicago. And he's got to get the truck into another market to get unloaded and reloaded again tomorrow or the next day. So this is a big part of getting his miles in for the week. He's got to get out of that place early today to get his miles in for the week also as a company driver.
Dave has an update.
Yeah, and Dean Chowder did respond. He says, yes, got on the dock about 35 minutes later.
Good.
He got there, but
progress.
Yeah, he got there, but he got there in 35 minutes. That's too long of a wait. That's too long of a wait.
Yeah.
And I really, like I said, I feel like they've done studies on the time frames and all that. And I wonder, and we'll ask Rebecca Brewster when she gets here, if ATRI has done a real kind of study, not of the trucker's experience at the dock, but talking to the people who run those docks and getting explanations for why so many of the systems seem to be so dysfunctional over there. I'd like to know if there's been a study done on that.
Yeah, we did, when I worked at Freightways, we did some studies of detention time on loading docks, and we did it by dock door. So we looked at the trailer telematics data of the refrigeration motors and the trailers and the tyre pressure monitoring sensors, lat long positions, and the trucks and the ELD devices. And then we looked at then Chris Orban was involved in this sort of stuff too. And we looked at we geofenced the dock door, not just the warehouse, but the dock door. And we found there was a difference in the amount of time trucks spent, not just within a warehouse fence line, but at a dock door level. So each dock door had a different amount of waiting time. And what we were trying to get to was the flow of freight behind the dock door. And it got to forklifts and how forklifts move within a warehouse and how freight flows within a warehouse. And what we found, this is a bizarre finding, we found that the worst dock door in a warehouse was the one right next to the boss's office. And it was because people were afraid to go there.
Oh, my God.
Near it.
Oh my God! And that, by the way, that's another example of where like that doesn't seem to have anything to do with the supply chain, except for the fact that think about the fact that a toxic work environment created by a boss that makes it impossible for the employees to get in and talk to the boss actually slows down the supply chain. Actually, Dave, we were wrong. He's still in the dock. It looks to be 1 to 2 hour unload times based on other trucks coming and going. Holy moly. Holy moly. It's just like, and this goes on and on and on. Okay. So I'm also going to ask you as well, what you got coming up. What are you looking, like I said, we talked about, the pattern you're beginning to see. I know you're going to be keeping a close eye to whether something continues there, but what are you looking at for the next couple of weeks?
I'm starting to dig deep into the produce scene now. We're into the second week of January. I'm watching how berries are coming along, looking at imports coming in from South America. We're starting to see the Peruvian berries coming into Philadelphia. So that's our normal season, tracking the winter salad bowl in Yuma, Arizona. We're seeing the intersection of avocados coming across, getting ready for Super Bowl in a couple of weeks. Do you see a real tightening of capacity in the southwest around Nogales? So very hard to find refrigerated trucks in Nogales, notwithstanding the ice activities along the southern border. But when you see refrigerated capacity around Yuma for all the leafy greens in that winter salad bowl and avocados coming across the southern border, reefer trucks are really tight around Yuma, Arizona, and that sort of southwest Phoenix area. So I'm watching that sort of market really closely. Very tight reefer capacity in the Rio Grande Valley. And then I'm sort of starting to shift my focus to Florida because we're now starting to head into berry season and then in particular the all-important event around Valentine's Day, because when we get to the next couple of weeks, you start to see all the Valentine's Day flowers come out of Ecuador and Colombia. Then you're going to start to see refrigerated rates go through the roof literally at the start of February. So I'm turning my attention to the warmer climates for all sorts of good reasons, but refrigerated rates I think are going to be a really good story this year. So that's what I'm spending most of my time on this week, is starting to look at our USDA data and digging deep into that.
And I have to ask this question, what is the impact on tariffs? Do we know any specificity about the tariffs impact on flowers? Do we know what
Nothing yet.
Okay.
No, nothing yet. We were hoping when Friday was decision day from the Supreme Court, I don't know that we heard anything yet. I don't know they made a decision on tariffs in general, but nothing on flowers yet. I haven't heard anything, certainly not over the weekend.
Yeah, I thought about that too, because we don't have a model for it yet, because there were no they still hadn't kind of formalized or really kind of put into place the tariffs that have been the discussion in the freight market. They really kind of don't kick in until March. And actually, April and May is when we really start to see their effects begin to trickle in. And it isn't until the middle of summer when the impact really gets felt. So this will be the first test case with flowers and season of the flowers as well. The other thing is, you brought up the Super Bowl too, and I've often kind of wondered as well. It's in Santa Clara this year. That is very close to San Francisco because it's San Francisco's home stadium. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you or Dave know this. Had the San Francisco 49ers defeated the Seattle Seahawks on the last day of the season, they never would have had to travel again for the rest of the year for every game they won. They would have gone straight home. It would have been at home all the way until Super Bowl Sunday. I think it worked out better this way. I think that's an incredibly unfair advantage, especially when they play the big game there. I was kind of curious if there were people, or if you have ever seen anybody look at the direction of freight based on where the location of the Super Bowl is held.
We have, matter of fact, and I can't remember the exact numbers. I did this a couple of years ago when the Super Bowl was on the West Coast. And I do know that when there's a West Coast event, there is a surge of, not surprisingly, avocado shipments from Mexico through Nogales.
I'm shocked. Yeah, I'm shocked,
Yeah, but we do see a shift because when there's an East Coast Super Bowl like in New Orleans, you see a lot more avocados come through McAllen, Texas, into the East Coast. So you will see a lot more come through Nogales, which is why I'm focused on that market, because Nogales up through, they'll run 8 over to San Diego up to San Francisco and Los Angeles markets for the Super Bowl. But we'll see a lot tighter capacity in the Tucson market this coming Super Bowl event, largely because we'll see a swing of avocado shipments going up through the Nogales market in the next couple of weeks because of the West Coast event.
Dave, are you a big fan of guacamole?
We have avocados on the counter right now, if that answers that question.
So Cheryl's going to make some guacamole?
Yes.
Have you ever made guacamole?
Personally?
Yeah.
No.
Got to get on that,
man.
Oh,
wait, no. Yes, I have made guacamole. I'm sorry. I'm kind of forgetting my own culinary skills.
Do you, Dean, does your wife make guacamole?
She does. She does a really good guacamole, not surprisingly. So,
is there a special recipe for it?
I could get one. I know she has one. I could get that for you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of. We used to go to Universal Studios on a regular basis, and there's a Mexican restaurant there where they actually make it at your table for you. So they make the guac at your table. I'm a big fan of it if it's got chunks of tomatoes in it. That's my big thing. Mm-hmm. I really like that as well. But yeah, that's I've always kind of been curious about that based on the geography of the Super Bowl. If, in fact, that has an impact on rates, and of course it obviously does, but it also kind of dictates wherever the home city is, you're also kind of, what is moving in the sense that if it is New Orleans, there's certain levels of spicy things that'll be headed down there, great deal more alcohol consumption in other places, and often on you go is that each one of those regions, depending upon who has the game, is not just going to dictate where the action is, but it's also going to dictate what the action is, it seems to me, to some degree. And that'd be interesting, too, above and beyond just the avocados for the guacamole. It would be interesting to see how the regionality of each one and whatever its specialty is kind of sees an increase on there as well, too. That's it. Are you going to, by the way, you taking the Grumpy Pete over there for any reason during the Super Bowl? Are you headed out to the West Coast or anything? We have an invitation. We have an invitation, by the way, to go to the Wounded Warriors versus the NFL All-Star Game, which is a couple of days before up in Santa Clara. BJ Ganem, our friends at Fastport, have extended us an invitation. So if you decide that you and me want to go over there and take your truck, I'm not going to stop you. I have
a slight problem. It's not quite carb compliant, noise or emission wise.
Shocked.
They will get grumpy about the Grumpy Pete.
I am shocked. Yeah, exactly. I am shocked that the Grumpy Pete is not carb compliant. I'm not shocked at all, as a matter of fact. I'm not shocked at all. How was Truckee, by the way?
I loved it. It was a great experience. It's the third snowiest town in the United States. And when you go there, it's just magical. One of my favorite places is I think it's called the Wagon Wheel Diner. And it's an old diner that's open at 5 a.m. And you get this wild assortment of people that are early snowbirds trying to get up on the mountain. You get the railroad guys that are coming in and out. You get a few truck drivers. And you go down there and have an early breakfast. I love going down there. I go down there because it's my sort of call-in spot before I go out and catch some truckers, coming. I go down there because I like to get out there and catch the early over-dimensional loads heading across I-80 as they get the sunrise with their wide loads going across Donner Pass. So I just love that old old town. I think is it gold mining or tin? I can't remember which one
I think
it was.
I think it's gold mine. I think Truckee is gold mine.
Gold mining.
If anybody knows any different, please correct us. But over the chat, it's great. By the way, speaking of diners that are open, very very early and very very late. There's one right by Dave's house off the Causeway exit in New Orleans. What is the name of that place? You and I have been there.
Oh, is it? Is it Dots?
It's Dots, yeah.
Dots Diner.
There is a place called Dots Diner, Dean, that actually has that great tradition of being absolutely rude. They are deliberately rude, and they have those "We Are Rude" signs up all over the place, and it's pretty terrific.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, number plates from all over the world. Terrible signs that are borderline not suitable for, definitely not for the internet, but it's got so much character. It's got so much. I just love it. And,
I love those kind of diners. There's a place. There used to be a place in New Orleans that isn't around anymore. Dave remembers it, the Hummingbird Grill. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah.
It was in an old, I guess what you call a flop house. And you could find some of the most celebrated chefs in the city of New Orleans would go there to make flat top food, but also try out interesting new experiments that they would kind of pass out there. It's the kind of place that Tom Waits would write about, where all the donuts have the same names as hookers. You know what I'm talking about, the kind of place I'm talking about, I mean, Cinnamon Twist and Cherry Jubilee, those kind of donuts, So you get the drift.
And they have like a 16-year-old Alsatian walking around the restaurant, which I'm sure is food safe. And he walks up to everybody and says hello.
And his name is Bruiser. Wonderful. His name is Bruiser, Good morning to you. What, you don't like my tongue in your face? Too bad. And then at one point you realize that you think it's the dog has come back to the table and it's the waiter. And they look the same, and then you realize that's the problem you're dealing with. Dean, we're going to let you get out of here so we can set up the rest of the show that's coming up here, brother. It is great to see you. Thanks for hanging. And by the way, one of our favorite wild men, Dean Croke, owner of the Grumpy Pete, 2.5 million plus miles on the highways and byways and going strong. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. See you guys.
All righty. Dean Croke, everybody, appears courtesy of DAT. You can check out his blog as well over the DAT website. He is a regular contributor here and a founding member of the reconstituted Nemo Nation. After all, he's the one that put the chairs that we're sitting in together along with Dave.
Yeah, he sure did.
He sure did that. We got a great show, by the way. Oh, by the way, our good friend Chowder finally has freedom. He is officially unloaded. Brother, get rolling and get the hell out of there and keep on trucking. Okay, Dave, let's take it through this. Who do we got first up on the docket coming up at the top of the hour?
That would be our dear friend Rebecca Brewster. And she is, of course, she heads up ATRI, the American Transportation Research Institute. Ben Wilkens joins her at 8, joins us after Elisabeth. And Ben, of course, is the cybersecurity principal engineer at the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. They just came out with a new report last time, and we kind of previewed it. Well, the last time Ben was on with us, so we're going to get a much more full picture of this new report. And guess who's joining us after 8:40 Central Time this morning?
Scott Thompson and Ashley Blackford, of course, of OOIDA. They're the hosts of Trucking with OOIDA. They're going to be dropping in to say what's going on, what's happening, what the good word is, all that kind of groovy stuff. And then after that, at 9 in the center, 10 in the east, if I'm getting this right, John Bressler is going to be joining us. He's the Vice President of Government Relations at American Association of Port Authorities. I like John a lot. As a matter of fact, the AAPA is going to be on the scene. And then a good friend of the show shows back up. First time in the new year, Dave. Who's that going to be?
Eugene Mulero is going to join us, and of course he is a senior reporter with Transport Topics. He wrote an article the day before, on January 30th, and the headline is Congress Faces January 30th Deadline on Transportation Funding. I meant to say the article is headlined January 30th. So we're already talking deadlines, and we're not even in 2 weeks into the first month.
Oh, yeah, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, the news and the information, as Jamie Jones and I like to say, is a giant fire hose of information these days. After Eugene, of course, Mike Roeth is always going to stop in. And speaking of stopping in, Chris Orban, who Dean Croke referred to, is going to be in studio. He's going to be shooting the breeze with us. He is another member of the reconstituted road gang. He's got 20 plus years in the transportation industry, and he's focused on increasing safety. It's a big passion of his as well, and efficiency with technology and data. He uses the data to make your life safer, by the way. He was part of Fleet Risk Advisors. He's been a trusted consultant for analytics, predictive modeling, and operational improvements to some of the largest shippers and carriers in the world. And when Fleet Risk was acquired by Qualcomm, he took over the Qualcomm Analytics and Data Science team. He has a wealth of information, but right now, who he is the co-founder of JourneyTMS and Connected Supply Chain Advocate, by the way. And then, of course, well, our friends from Purple Wave are on the scene. What's going on there, Dave?
Yeah, Don Nash is going to join us. Okay, we're in 2026. Well, we're going to get a year-end review of 2025 to see how that all played out, and then we'll push on into the new year. It's going to be a good conversation. And I don't even want to say what his Don's Pick of the Month is, because it's a them as opposed to an it.
I like it. And
Yeah.
speaking of an it, the Chicago Maritime Museum is going to be here for the last half hour.
I can't wait to talk to this lady, Madeline Crispell. She's the curator
Of that
in
museum.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Dean was on, I kind of wanted to dice this in because Chowda is talking about Chicago, and Dean is talking about Chicago. Back in 1881, Chicago, the port of Chicago, landlocked as it is, did more business than New Orleans, Philadelphia, and New York City combined.
And it's also got one.
There is a huge maritime presence in Chicago, Illinois. Maybe the biggest maritime disaster occurred in Chicago when 800 people were killed on a schooner, sightseeing schooner, that was actually tied to the dock. I got to ask her how the hell that happened. How does a boat flip over with 800 people on it tied to the dock? I mean,
I can promise you
the Eastman.
that moment,
Eastland disaster.
that moment may have actually inspired a number of government agencies. Just going to point that out. ChicagoMaritimeMuseum.org. You want to head over there. It's a great website. It's a great institution, and we're thrilled to have them. And just make sure we're really clear on this. Chicago is not landlocked. It's got a little bit of the Mississippi and a little bit of one of the biggest lakes in the known universe as well too. But it's not an ocean port.
Exactly.
It's not an ocean port.
Exactly.
But don't forget all the Cuddy Sark that rolled its way across Lake Michigan that Joe Kennedy was waiting for on the other side, by the way. There's a real history there as well. This is Nemo Nation. It means Dave Nemo is here and on the scene. It means Phone Master Andre Thibodeau is queuing up our good friend Rebecca Brewster, the head honcho over at ATRI. It means a lot of fun, and you guys can always call. Don't forget that. You can always give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Nemo. Yo.
Yeah, you can call anytime, no matter who's on with us. We'll just pull you into the conversation. That's what we're here to do.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
Hey Dave, I like being here for the Feast of the Wild Man and the Wild Woman. I mean, the people out there, those crazy characters who live on the edge, kind of keep it rolling, kind of, what I call roll in the mud, that kind of Viking spirit, the idea of, the growlers and the hollers and the people who yelp at the moon and all that kind of stuff. Welcome back to Nemo Nation, your fast-paced, Fastport Studios, fast extravaganza of trucking information, the week that was, the week that wasn't, the week to come, what you should read, what you should look at, what you should listen to, and all the information, facts, data that you need to get you to the other side. And speaking of data and facts, what do you say we pivot? Pivot to our next guest.
Oh, yeah!
Here we go, by the way. I want you to go to truckingresearch.org. If you head on over there, what you're heading on over to is ATRI. And ATRI is on the air every Monday here at Nemo Nation. And in this case, the head honcho herself, the lady who has the plan for the men and the women out there on the highways and byways, Rebecca Brewster, friend of the show. Another, we got a lot of original members of the Reconstituted Road Gang showing up here. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Jimmy. I'm so happy to be with you all this morning, and I'm just going to clear the air right now. I, unlike Dean and Dave, do not have a recipe for guac. I do not cook. Let's just clear that out now.
You've told me that before. I had forgotten that. I just want to say there's one thing about Rebecca, too. She takes wonderful photographs. She's got a great smile, and I've been liking all your photos, all your holiday photos, Rebecca, on Facebook and all. Very cool.
Happy New Year and Merry Christmas. You. Welcome back.
Thank you. We had a very special occasion. My oldest son got married in Dallas last weekend.
Yeah.
Hardly seems like that much time is gone, but it was a magical event. Everything a mother of the groom would have ever wanted it to be. So it was fabulous.
That sounds awesome. That is great.
Now, speaking of things not being so great, let's have a topic here. I know we wanted to get something nice on the table, by the way. And the fact is, and by the way, I will actually send you a guac recipe. Not that you have to make it, but give it to somebody who wants to, and then you can say,
okay.
Jimmy gave this to me. Here's what it is. We're going to talk about commercial auto insurance, and there's just no way around this to make it sound pleasant. So let's just jump in and talk about your study on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and hate to start the year on a Debbie Downer topic, but we are underway with research right now. It was identified by our RAC as a top priority to really understand what's happening relative to the trucking industry in the commercial insurance space. We released a study in 2022 that did this same thing and collected a lot of data from motor carriers of all sizes and sectors, and really found some interesting but sometimes disheartening things. For instance, even the fleets with the safest records saw their premiums continue to go up each year. And in fact, using our operational cost of trucking data over that past 8 years, we've seen insurance premiums go up by 36%. So you might be doing everything you can as a carrier to reduce your crash involvement, to operate safely, and you're still having to pay more in your insurance. And we've all seen the headlines where fleets have ultimately had to shut down because between the depression in rates and these rising insurance costs, they just can't stay in business. And so this research really is looking at what are fleets doing to deal with this? Are they taking higher deductibles? Are they joining captives? Are they deploying safety technologies to help reduce their crash involvement? So we have just recently extended the deadline for fleets to provide data to us for this research to the end of this month, January 23rd. So again, it's important that we have a wide swath of participants from the biggest fleets to the one-truck operators, because we really want to understand how this insurance picture looks different across that size continuum, because it is different, and it's different for a reason, and we need to have enough data from participating fleets to understand what those differences look like.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say one thing about this, and it's the irony of it all. Isn't it so ironic that something that has absolutely nothing to do with the industry itself, nothing to do with getting a commodity from one place to another, is the thing that will eventually, that's the straw that breaks the camel's back mostly. You can pretty much withstand bad things that happen to you in the business, but then that insurance just comes out of nowhere, and it has nothing to do with trucking.
Yeah, it is ironic, and it's frustrating. I mean, there are a lot of externalities that we can control for in the industry, but this is one we can't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to remind folks, this is not the insurers just trying to capitalize on the trucking industry. They, in fact, are continuing to see losses, and there are a number of reasons for that. But a big one, of course, is what goes on in the courtroom. And we just released our separate research on trucking litigation before the end of the year, looking at how impactful that is on everything we do in the trucking industry. But that is having an impact on those in the commercial insurance space. And so they're taking losses. That's why premiums are going up. And at the end of the day, it's impacting how the trucking industry, their bottom line. And it is a big impact on the bottom line. And so, in our top industry issues survey this year, that's why you see number 2 overall is lawsuit abuse reform. Let's fix what's going on in the courtroom. And it's very close cousin number 3, insurance cost and availability. And so that's what's driving this research. Again, it's an update to a study we did in 2022. But we're collecting more current data. We need fleets of all sizes to participate, all sectors. And like we do with our operational cost of trucking research, we're offering an incentive for fleets to participate. So if you give us data, and you can go to truckingresearch.org and get the data form, if you give us data for this research, we will give you a customized report that shows you how your insurance picture stacks up against fleets of the same size and sector. So it's a great benchmarking tool, an additional incentive. I mean, I hope people want to participate in ATRI's research because they realize a rising tide lifts all boats in the industry, and ATRI certainly has that as our mission. But we give you that customized report as a way for you to really go back and examine your entire insurance picture against fleets, anonymized fleets of the same size and sector.
I want to interrupt this regularly scheduled ATRI on the air that has opened up the show this morning to kind of let people know what people are doing out there. Our good friend Matt dropped a $5 bill on us. Really, thank you, Matt. Great to get the whole thing kind of started going. Paranormal Pie Man also says that we need more diners at truck stops. By the way, that is a growing request that we're getting over here. Dave, he also pointed out that Chicago was a major grain hub. We were talking about that earlier, and he told us to look up the SS Kamloops, which just sunk off the Isle Royale in Lake Superior. All that stuff we can talk about coming up here as well. Rebecca, I'm actually curious, are you guys looking at also the self-insurance of what the industry does for itself?
We are, because that is an option that fleets are turning to. That comes with some additional risk, of course, because when it's your money on the line and you get involved in a catastrophic crash, you're paying for it. So, there are different approaches that fleets are taking, and what works for one may not necessarily work for another, but that's the beauty and the power of research like ATRI's, is it really does give a very big overview of what the different approaches the industry is taking to deal with rising insurance costs, so that you as a fleet can say, you know what, this one makes the most sense for me, I'm going to follow this model.
You know, people don't realize this is something I'm actually getting really off track here, but at the same time, I'm still talking about insurance. As Dave points out, is the one thing that is actually not in the supply chain that has been legally inserted into the supply chain. People forget stuff like the Knights of Columbus, the Knights of Peter Claver, a lot of gentlemen's associations back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. A lot of these associations, including our friends at OOIDA, many of them served as insurance companies for those who normally could not get the kind of insurance they needed. And that I'm wondering, as we move on into the future, how many owner-operators, how many people are going to start looking at what I call these kind of collectives, these organizations that they belong to that provide insurance for them in the way that, these organizations like OOIDA do as well, and wondering if we get any insight into that model, because people are always looking for somebody to underwrite them, and it's becoming tougher and tougher for people to find that if they're not with a carrier or tied on to a carrier, correct?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And this model where, lots of small businesses come together and through one entity are able to get, better return on investment from their premiums in terms of insurance coverage, I think is a model that makes sense in some instances. And so, and you're right, that's what OIDA started doing. And so they're very strong in that space in representing owner-operators.
I don't think there's any way to answer this question, so it's not an unfair question because I'm not really asking it. But I wonder how many people just don't get, now I don't mean get into trucking, but I mean are in trucking and don't form their own companies anymore because they just know the insurance is just going to be a nightmare, and why bother?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Dave, and you're right. When you really start to look at it, and I would encourage anyone who's thinking of getting into trucking to download our operational costs of trucking research, because it touches on this issue as well as a whole host of others, to really understand what you're going to be dealing with on the operational cost side of things. And this is a very big piece of it. And like I said earlier, over the past 8 years in that research, we've seen insurance premiums go up 36%. Doesn't matter if you've got a spotless record, we're seeing those premiums continue to rise.
And one of the things, too, that you guys point out is that while that was going on, while the premiums are going up, crashes were declining over the past 4 years.
Yeah. So as an industry, our crash involvement experience has been improving, and yet we're paying more to cover against those potential crashes. And so it's, you can understand why it's a frustrating situation. You can understand why the industry votes is among their top 5 concerns. And it's so closely related to lawsuit abuse reform, it's often hard to separate those two.
I'm actually okay. So here's the thing, and I'm not including our friends from Hawaii, and I'm not including some of the associations that actually are like focused on truckers, and I have to be careful about not including at the same time carriers who actually have their own in-house insurance. It needs to be pointed out too, though, that a lot of the insurance companies who are claiming poverty, a lot of these people don't realize that, especially when it comes to all sorts of insurance, these are investment companies. We call them insurance companies, but a lot of them are investment companies. And I'm just wondering, just out of speculation, is there any model in which we take a look at this stuff and we begin to say, maybe you guys ought to think about the way you do business and possibly, basically, I guess what I'm getting at here, what drives me crazy is, so you go to a legislature and you say people must own our product. They must own it to be able to drive on the road. And then after having pretty much have a captured market, you then continue to raise rates because I understand that that they say they're going bust and broke, yet they're still in business. And I'm just wondering if the research can provide any sort of insight into what they're doing and how they're operating these businesses.
It's interesting, and I don't know that we'll get at this in that topic in this study, because this is really focused on what's happening on the carrier side of the business. But as you know, our research advisory committee meets in March. They'll be talking about new potential research topics for ATRI to undertake, and that's certainly an interesting approach to studying this whole equation of what's going on in the insurance space.
I want to take a moment, by the way, because like I said, we're giving people a donut today, Rebecca. So we opened up with something like, open up with something really sweet, and then there's a big, giant, aggravating nothing in the middle. It's a lot of great data. Let's go back to that wedding, by the way. I want to know what happened. How was it? You said it was magical, but what went on there? Tell us.
It was magical. First of all, as a mother, when your son makes a really perfect choice for himself in a bride, I feel like my work here is done.
My mom felt that way, by the way, with me. I'm going to say that right now. My mom actually feels that way and continues to harp on the fact that how much she adores my wife. So I know where you're coming from. I got it.
Absolutely. I mean, she is a beautiful person inside and out. And as my dear friends know, I obsess about a lot of things, and I have a tendency to look at worst case scenarios. So I was worried about flights being canceled because we had to get our family, including my 80-some-year-old in-laws, to Dallas, and then we had to get everybody checked into hotels, and I had a dress that I'd had custom made for me, the mother of the groom dress that I carried in a suitcase that I carried on the plane with me because I wasn't risking it in baggage claim.
Yes.
And so everything just came together. The weather was beautiful, because sometimes in January you can have an ice storm in Dallas. And so, I had imagined, oh my gosh, would a flight start getting canceled? And then 30 of my dearest friends, we were a small contingent of the overall group of guests at the wedding, but 30 of my friends all traveled to Dallas to celebrate with us. And we were just surrounded by the love of family and friends. And it was just, I could not have asked for a better event.
Wow.
I have to ask, what was your favorite thing they served food-wise?
Well, the first thing they served at the dinner was a lobster bisque that had huge pieces of lobster in it.
Wow.
So that got us off on a very good foot. But the cake was incredible. I will say, if I could have gone back for more cake, I would have gone back for more cake. But the dancing started, and I'm not one to stay off the dance floor. So
Was the chicken dance performed?
Well, what was really fun, Dave, is my son works in Major League Soccer, and for those listeners who are soccer fans, you know that soccer scarves are a big thing. So for your team, so they had scarves designed with the Brewsters on them, gave them to all the guests, and so the scarves came out on the dance floor. We were waving the scarves, we were wearing the scarves. It was just, I'm telling you, it was magical.
Almost sounds like a second line.
On a random note, by the way, you bring up a really good point because I don't know if you know this, Brad Bentley, myself, Adam Brock, and a number of other veterans and friends of the show. We all went to London to go see the Saints play the Vikings at Tottenham Stadium. One of the things that all of us did kind of capture the spirit. We knew the British fans of football would do this, of American football. We actually purchased really, really nice Saints scarves. And I wasn't surprised at all because when all the British fans who just love the NFL as well too, when they came to be there for the Saints, because you won't be surprised by this, all the Germans and Scandinavians that came to the game were all Vikings fans. All the French and British that were at the game were all Saints fans. What a shocker, by the way. So everybody was wearing those amazing scarves, by the way, beautiful. I mean, they actually made for that game on their merch sites, they made soccer-style scarves for the NFL football teams. And they are just beautiful. I love those scarves. Wow. I think it's because people forget, man, Europe on the whole is a lot colder than the United States, and soccer is to be watched in cold weather. So all those scarves kind of make an impact. You got a chance to dance with your son, I am sure. How moving was that?
Well, he did not tell me in advance what song we were going to be dancing to, but he did say, "You will be crying, Mom." And I was, of course, crying. It was Over the Rainbow, which is one of my favorites all time.
You just wrecked Dre. Dre just got wrecked. I mean, Dre just literally got wrecked. Dre is like the biggest Cajun sapmeister of all time. I mean, and I mean that as a high compliment. If an Irishman tells you you're a sap, dude, that's a big compliment, by the way. I'm sorry, Rebecca. Go on.
No, it was just a beautiful moment. It really was, and he was right. And I mean, everything from the music choices, and I don't know the name of the song that his bride walked down the aisle to, but I was in tears for it also. So I've asked my son when they return from their honeymoon to get me the name of that, because I want to download it to my phone so I can listen to it and relive the moment. I mean, it was perfect.
I'm going to make you laugh, give you a final laugh here. So when Claire walked down the aisle at our wedding, which was at the New Orleans Lakefront Airport, only 2 people recognized the song, actually 3, that she walked down the aisle to. The first of which was my brother, the second of which was the cultural critic of the city's newspaper, and the third of which was the biggest nerd I knew, my best man. The reason they recognized it was a specially orchestrated version of Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
I love that. That is awesome.
I thought you'd get a kick out of that. Rebecca Brewster is literally the person who sits at the center of ATRI. She is the lady with the plan. Go to truckingresearch.org. Final thought from Dave.
January 23rd is the deadline for the survey on the rising commercial auto insurance costs from ATRI. It's all confidential. Please participate. It means something, and it makes a difference.
Thank you, Rebecca. We love you. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Love you guys too. Bye.
Hey, you know what's nice? The name of that song is That's Nice, or as they say at the end of that song, That's nice. You know who else is nice too? We like nice people. We like when nice things happen to nice people, and we like one of the nicest people on the planet. Back-to-back nice. So nice, we did it twice. Elisabeth Barna, the founder and principal at EAB Strategies. You can find her over at LinkedIn, by the way. You can also, if you want to reach out and write her, I'm not going to give you a personal email. You people shouldn't be emailing Elizabeth. Get back to driving. Knock all that nonsense off. Hey, Elisabeth, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you both?
Oh, we're doing great on this Monday morning, and always great to talk to you. So, we're second week in January now. What is the focus of EAB right now? What are you guys looking at? What are you looking at?
Well, what am I looking at? I got a new knee, at the end of the year. So
Yeah, I know.
I have been recovered, and I'm up to walking 30 minutes a day and outside, which has been really nice. But we had just this past Saturday, I got to see Dave at Wreaths Across America, Jimmy Mack. I didn't get to see you. But this past Saturday was Wreaths Out Day, which is where they all pick up the wreaths from all of the cemeteries. So I was over at Arlington for a little bit Saturday morning. It was rainy and muddy, but a few folks showed up to help clean up Arlington. So that was pretty cool. But, over 800 truckloads helped deliver those wreaths. And so I think that's something the industry should really be proud of. We talk a lot about getting the wreaths and sponsoring the wreaths and the mission of wreaths. But behind all of that, like everything else, is the trucking industry. So I thought it was nice to see this wreath season.
This doesn't pertain to wreaths in direct terms, but Cheryl and I watched an old movie from 1957, Peyton Place, the penultimate soap opera movie. Lana Turner,
right?
And we rewatched it, and of course it takes place in the December. It takes place in 1941. So we get to December, and of course Pearl Harbor. In the movie, there's a good section of the movie about the boys who now came right out of high school and went right into the Army. And when someone was killed, they would have a sign, a name plaque put on a little sign in front of the church. People would gather. A Boy Scout troop would be there, and the Boy Scout would play taps on the bugle. And golly, man, it made me feel. I went right back to wreaths, because that is where it started, and the thing that wreaths does continues that from that little boy playing that bugle, and those few people. It was so touching, and I'd seen that movie, I don't know, 1,000 years ago, and it really put that in perspective. I'd like to take that scene of that movie and post it up someplace so folks who would say, Wreaths Across America, big deal. If you watch that 2 minutes of that movie, it would change your mind.
I've got chills.
Yeah, I know, right? It really made an impact. Peyton Place, 1957. It's on YouTube.
It's funny you say that because, there's some, we always talk about like Arlington or Long Island, the big cemeteries, but there are some cemeteries, that maybe just get 4 wreaths delivered to them because they're small cemeteries and there's only 4 veterans in them. So, yeah, every wreath matters.
It's funny because Marshall Platter right now is currently in our chat. He actually sent me some really great pictures of his truck parked in front of the White House. He also did wreaths for the first time this year, and the first couple of a number of the cemeteries that he went to were smaller kind of events like that. And what's interesting is the number of people who get those routes and often are only dropping off 5, 10 at a particular location. Who don't give up those routes because they develop personal relationships with the people at those particular cemeteries. And that's
absolutely.
That's the big thing. And like I said, I wanted to, and then we just kind of segued into it neatly. You involve yourself with so many of the causes that humanize trucking, that remind people that truckers are such not just a part of like getting our goods and services, but so much of the good work and the charity that this country depends on is also being delivered by them, isn't it?
It sure is. In fact, I was going to bring up, God, this is a good segue, March 14th, I think you guys all know Herschel Evans. He's a professional driver.
Best driver ever. He's amazing. He's amazing.
Yep. And he does a lot of charity work. Well, he puts on that with a lot of volunteers, but Herschel has led this effort forever, the Safety Drive for a Cure that benefits pediatric brain tumor Foundation. And so that is March 14th in Atlanta at a big UPS facility. And I just bought my ticket for it. I'm excited to go. He grows every year, but drivers from all across the country come. We've had drivers from California come, and it's like a truck driving competition. And a lot of them use it to get ready for their state competitions, but really just to see each other, the camaraderie, and to give back to the, kids with cancer. And it's really heartwarming to go. I've gone probably for the past 5 years, and it is the work that goes into it. And these drivers are still driving, doing their job, doing their homework. Like Herschel's on a farm, and he's still farming at night or when he gets home, and still putting this drive together. And a lot of drivers do that. They do Special Olympics or a lot of other causes across the United States. But it makes you really take a step back and think what good people are in this industry and how wonderful they are.
By the way, I'm on a personal. I'm glad to hear that you're recovering nicely from your surgery, because my mom in March is going to be getting an operation over the course of that month on both her knees. So it's good to hear that. Yeah, I know. But it was like we got to the point where put it off. The doctor said, it's going to get. We're not in a holding pattern anymore. You got to take care of this. And so into it they go. Elisabeth, where are you headed next? What's this week look like for you? Anything special coming up in particular this week?
This week is a good week. I'm home. I've got a lot of calls and things like that. I've got a client out of Knoxville that I'm doing a lot of work with right now, getting meetings and stuff set up for going forward. We'll be going to the tank truck meeting and TCA and things like that. But then I'm going to go to Atlanta at the end of the month for SMC3. They have their Jumpstart meeting, so excited about that. And then starting to work, we got, I don't know if you guys heard or not, but St. Christopher's Fund is going to be the auction, the auction again at Mid-America Truck Show. So starting to work with those folks and putting the auction together and starting to get marketing material out for that. So we're excited about that because every year you're not really sure if you get picked for that or not to be the beneficiary. And so this will be my 3rd year in a row working with on the auction. Excited. And then this month is also Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and I know you guys do a lot of work with the TAP folks, but I'm on their advisory board, so I love to keep pushing that message out there.
Elisabeth Barna, as always, joins us. Great to have the head, the founder, and the central fulcrum of EAB. It's just good to have you, man. Happy New Year, and I'm glad you're recovering.
Well, thanks. I want to give a shout out. I think you guys know, but Kevin Birch announced his retirement.
Yeah.
And so he is retired. I'm not sure how long he'll keep that.
I don't think
he'll be
he's
able
going
to
to go
keep
far, do you? Well, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay will see you at TCA, and we'll all see you at Matt's.
Oh, great! I'm excited to see you guys. I saw you quickly at Reach, and it was very busy. And I said, let's get a drink afterwards. And the program went a little bit longer, and I was like, I got to get home. So.
Program always runs a little bit too long, but it ain't because of Elisabeth. She's the one trying to move it along to the next important and charitable place and moment. Thank you, Elisabeth. Welcome back, and quick recovery. Thank you so much. We'll be right back. Nemo Nation continues on the other side with our good friend Ben Wilkens. Cybersecurity, as always, is on the docket. Go to trucktown.com now.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
We are back to Nemo Nation, and of course, as always, when Ben Wilkens joins us, I get a little bit more paranoid, but a whole lot more informed. Always good having him here. Dave, would you care to do the introductions on this one?
Our dear friend Ben Wilkens is joining us here. He is the Cybersecurity Principal Engineer at the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, NMFTA. I love to say that, Ben, because it took me a long time to get that one out. Good morning.
Good morning, and you know what? You're in good company. It took me forever to get it out.
LSM. You know, I can still remember when I was a kid, they used to have a cigarette called Lucky Strike, and their slogan was LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. I couldn't say that on the radio, but I guess I can say it here. But just, it's weird how those little bits of alphabet soup stick in your brain, huh?
Yeah. Once they stick, you know, it took me a long time to get it. It's quite a mouthful. So I shortened it to, I do cybersecurity at NMFTA, and then it became, now everybody calls me the trucking cyber guy. So that's a little bit easier to remember.
Oh, I kind of like that. The trucking cyber guy, the TCG.
I want to kind of pivot here for a second.
Please.
Get you out of that one, and just kind of go. What in the hell should we be terrified of this week, Ben? I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we're either talking about what the latest threat is, or what the latest counter to the latest threat is. What's percolating in your mind, and what are you keeping your eye on?
So right now, you know, we put out our trends report here recently, and one of the things that strikes me pretty much every year when we look at the cybersecurity trends is how social engineering stays at the top of the list. You know, the talking people into breaking protocol or going around processes or duping them into taking an action that ends up in a compromise. it stays at the top of the list. And we see that again this year. And just recently, there was an uptick in social engineering attacks that are based around help desks and service desks, where these bad actors are calling in and they're claiming to be, maybe managers or executives, high-level employees, and they're saying, "Hey, I lost my phone. I can't do multi-factor authentication. I need you to reset up my account with a new password and a new MFA device, the multi-factor authentication device, because I've got this new phone." And internal processes are falling down, so there's not enough checks in place, and these kinds of attacks are working. They're resetting credentials. They are giving new authentication devices, the authority to sign on to the account. And it struck me that, these are we're falling back to some older styles of social engineering where it's over the phone, it's voice-based, and the controls that we've been putting in place at a technical level just aren't stopping those kinds of attacks. These types of attacks need to be countered with strong operational processes. So, two people signing off on a change. If someone calls in and needs their account reset, who's the second person that's going to verify and vouch for that person? So things like that have really been I've been ruminating on the last couple of weeks here.
It's interesting, by the way, too, because this is a weird connection, but Mark Cuban, who is a big fan of AI and a big fan of what it can do for us, is also under the belief that, for each door that closes, people think they're going to lose their job to this AI system or that one. He actually says that the new opportunities are going to be in real life. And if they're going back to a more analog approach to fraud, it seems like they made that understanding too as well, that, people are beginning to, I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's been a big rejection on both LinkedIn and in a lot of areas when people feel like they're getting the pink slop of generated content, that people are getting pretty savvy, or at least feel like they're savvy about spotting it. And I wonder if, like, the phone calls and all this stuff is these folks who are always as fast as everybody else, as fast as the best, saying, you know what, a human touch right now, given how much automation there is, might be the way to actually gain trust, might be the new confidence game.
I think you're right, and I think it's also, the one trend accelerates the other. So as everyone is kind of pushing away from these, the only technology as far as interactions and things like that, and generated content, and they're preferring human-to-human content and communication, they're more susceptible to these kinds of voice-based social engineering attacks, because we're getting pretty savvy about spotting. We know not to trust an email that comes in without verification. We know not to trust a link that somebody sends us. We're learning these kinds of defenses, and we're still falling victim to the old trap of, this sounds like somebody that's believable, they're genuine, they sound like they're really stressed that they can't get into their account, and we want to help them out. We're people. We have a soft spot for other people. And that's what the threat actors are taking advantage of.
One of the things that this seems to change for me, Ben, is, okay, so you have phishing and all of that stuff. You cast a wide net. You hope to get a few in, but you get a few and you keep doing it, and you build. This sounds like one at a time. So the targets must be really big. The payoff must be very promising. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. So this is really targeted. And then you use in real time, you're going to do this like you and I are talking right now. Wow, that's kind of tedious too, in a sense. If you know what I'm trying to get at. They're out there whaling, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like they're targeting people that are a high value target. They either have higher levels of access, or some of this is straight up payroll fraud, right? So they're trying to impersonate this person, get a new multi-factor device, because they're then going to access the self-service payroll portal for the company, and they're going to change a direct deposit account number. And those are kinds of things that are happening through this means as well. And so that's another layer where we can stop that by just simply having a second verification for any payroll changes. If an employee is trying to change where their money's going, the manager's got to sign off on it. When I was a little boy, it was in the 50s, so the Depression years, believe it or not, was only 20 years ago. And jokes from the Depression era were still around. And I remember a story about a little boy selling apples on the street corner for $10 a piece. Boy, nobody's going to buy us. Well, I only have to sell one. And I think that's whaling in a sense. What you kind of sparked that memory here. Let's go for the big fish. We get them or we don't, but we don't waste a lot of time with the small fish. Is that kind of where we're going?
Yeah, I think it's, because you have to invest a fair amount of time and resources, like you said, into one of these compromises. You need to take the time to properly impersonate the person and do a little bit of homework. And so you don't want to do that for a $10 payout. They want to do this to get a return on their investment. And so again, that's where making it that much more difficult and not being an easy target is a number one defense. We always say, don't be the low-hanging fruit. Make them work harder and they're going to move on. These guys don't want to work any harder than they have to.
Yeah, and the moment you go into the real world again, the moment you come back to in real life, anybody can tell you one of the big complaints, I'm going to make a really weird comparison. I've always said that truck drivers and people who are genuine content creators have one thing in common. The people that make money off of them can't wait to get rid of their pesky their pesky demands, as it were. And what ends up happening, of course, is that when you actually try to produce something in the real world, it's more expensive than just having one person, setting up a program and letting it run. So we're talking about an operation sometimes that is the size of the Sting, the 1970s movie, with Redford and Newman. You're talking about literally having to pay actors, essentially. I mean, you're making a production.
Oh, 100%.
Any good confidence game is, in fact, a production. Some of these people, had they been born in different circumstances, might have ended up in Hollywood. It's the same group of people. One has just turned the talents to darkness. But it's a big operation, which means more people can talk, more exposure to law enforcement agencies. So it goes back to that. The quicker you can inure yourself to these guys, the quicker they'll have to take the money and run, or take no money and just run, right? That's the big thing.
Exactly.
We can stop this, but we've got to make sure that we stop it by being diligent with it as well, too. Sometimes it's only a second or third question to these people and they'll hang up. I mean,
oh yeah, and it's one of the things that's a really good way to defend against this is if you just teach the people on your help desk or service desk, if someone calls in to say, hey, I need to reset the multi-factor on my phone, I've got a new phone, call the old phone, because if that's not actually the person who owns that account and it's it's one of these bad actors, that phone call is going to go through and you're going to get the real employee.
Do you guys remember?
And then game's over.
Yeah. Do you remember how I told you guys that I actually got taken by fraud sometime in the middle of last year with the whole hat thing, where I bought some hats. It was too good to be true, and it turned out to be too good to be true. I actually have a different story that makes me look smart now. I'm happy to kind of embrace this. I got a blackmail call. I got a call from somebody to tell me to stop hassling these people. And of course, he was rattling off names of people that I knew. And it's like, I can call these people. These names ring a bell. I can call these people and tell them what you're up to. And I said, I'll do you one better. I said, I will actually get on the phone right now. I'll do a party line. I'm going to call my friend at the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Department, and we'll do a party line. And you can explain what you're accusing me of right now. Hung up instantly. Instantly. Yeah. And it's because they can look up your phone number. I'm not kidding you. They do this all the time too, with that hustle of like your son has been in an accident routine. They can get on.
Absolutely.
They can look up the phone number and they can see who you're related to and their phone numbers as well. And they can call up with a vast knowledge of who you are and pretend to be somebody they're not. And get the ball rolling that way. There's all kinds of ways this hustle can be played out. The trick is to simply ask the second question, or ask for the phone number that only they should know. What is it? Ask me a question that only I would know the answer to. Often is the best way out of it, right?
Absolutely. And I've been encouraging folks to kind of go back to the days where we had, secret, and not secret handshakes and stuff like that, because that doesn't work over the phone, but, have a code word that you share with close friends and family. So if someone calls that, this
guacamole,
your son, yeah, exactly. Your son or daughter's in the hospital, whatever. Okay. That's serious. What's the code word? Let me get the code word from you and we can engage on this, and it's that simple.
I'm going to read something to you guys real quick here. This was from yesterday at 11:50 a.m. Text to me, my personal phone number. Hi, I'm Mia. I came across your LinkedIn profile, and I think you'd be a perfect candidate for something my boss is leading. Interested? Where did she get my phone number? It's not
I'm
from
really
LinkedIn.
upset with Mia because she told me that her boss was interested in what I was doing on LinkedIn. So it sounds like I've got competition there.
Well, what I love too is the privacy of it all. I love the privacy of it all, though. People, it's laughing because somebody posted the other day. He said it's not doxing if the person doesn't want to be private. He said, by the way, we used to have a thing called the phone book. They can find you, dude. I can find your phone number in like.
Oh no, but they put
30
two and
seconds.
two together, and now it seems like it's legitimate. You know what I mean? And you
Yeah, and it's
mentioned
because
LinkedIn.
there's so many digital breadcrumbs out there from all of us. I mean, I use a service, an online service to kind of try to reduce my online presence, where they automate the process of going out and finding where your information is and requesting removals, because it's a tedious process to go and do that from data brokers yourself. But it's astonishing the amount of information. Every time we make an online transaction, every time we register a phone number, every time we sign up for an email, all of this type of stuff gets out there. It's our digital exhaust. And these bad actors are very, very good at stitching those breadcrumbs together and identifying a target profile, someone that they think is, valuable enough to go after, and they figure out the ways in and the phone numbers to use and the platforms to use to approach them.
Yeah, and it's like I said, really interesting too. And by the way, if you haven't used ChatGPT, let me tell you something, my brother. You can get somebody's bio real quick. You'd be amazed at how much information. If anybody, I mean, like Dave would be easy. I'm point blank telling people right now, Dave would be an absolute easy mark on ChatGPT. I mean, I would tell people to go to ChatGPT and say, who is Dave Nemo? And watch what it tells you. Who is Ben Wilkens? Watch what it. Both of you have enough of a public profile that it would be very easy to construct something beyond just the simple kind of, LinkedIn appearance as well. And remember, too, if you are a big mark, that's the other thing, right? If you're a big mark and you're the kind of person that's a big presence on LinkedIn, we got three smart guys here and a really smart guys on the phone right now producing this show. We could produce profiles of so many people that would make them feel like we knew everything about their life. I mean, there's a way of doing this that is not difficult. And I hate to make it sound so chilling, but that's why guacamole is an important thing, or whatever that word is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what it comes down to.
We're not getting rid of that information. That information's out there. It's possible to do that kind of open source information gathering, and we have to operate on the assumption that that's being done by these bad actors. And so when someone calls and requests information or requests some sort of an action from us, we need to respond to that with an open-minded understanding that this could be a malicious attempt to get me to do something I shouldn't do. We really just need to keep that in the back of our minds.
I want you to kind of lay out, because I always love worst case scenarios for our listeners out there, many of whom are owner operators, many of whom kind of hang their own shingle, do their own thing. Kind of lay out a scenario in which our listeners could be direct victims of this kind of scam.
Well, I think the most common is simple identity theft. And I say simple, there's nothing simple about kind of unwinding and recovering from identity theft. But when it starts with something like Mia contacting you, and there's a lot of people out there that are looking for work or looking for a new position. And if they engage with someone like that, there's this confidence building stage where they build trust, they build rapport. And then they will start asking for information, or they'll try to have you log into a site. And many people will, once they've entered those credentials somewhere, once they've given that information out, that credential is often reused across multiple sites. I mean, we all say it's a bad practice, but I'd be hard pressed to find someone who's never reused a password between different sites. And so what happens is that compromised account is then used to compromise additional accounts. And it's sort of this leapfrog effect where you go from one account to another account, and you gain more and more access into an individual's online presence, which can be reused to get other personal information, which can be used to reset access to a bank account, which can be reused to access a retirement account. All of these kinds of things pivot from one to the next. And so very quickly, not only has someone's personal information been compromised, their online presence been compromised, which can be an irritation or an embarrassment, but their finances have been compromised. Their credit can be wrecked. So it can really snowball quickly once someone falls victim to one of these attacks.
I got one
and so
for
again,
you.
that's why it's important to head this off early, because like you said, you just ask that question, you just put that one stumbling block up, and often they'll stop and they'll move on to an easier target.
By the way, and I hate to ask this question of anybody here, but Dave, Ben, have either one of you ever been victim of a stalker?
Not that I know of.
How about you, Ben?
No, I'm going to go with Dave on that one. I hope I'm correct to say no.
Well, no, then you're correct, because if you have a stalker, they become apparent. And by the way, what you've just described is how a stalker works as well, and they call it what they call it is creating false intimacy. So one of the things that a stalker will do is that a stalker will work their way to what I call the outline satellites of your friendships or your relationships, and they will suggest just enough knowledge of you while gathering information and knowledge from the person they're extracting it from. So by the time they get to the next level of friends or associates, they have more information about you, often, making a point of avoiding you, but accumulating information about you until they finally arrive in your life. And man, they just seem perfect for you. They just seem to know exactly how you tick. And they're the best friends you ever had in the world. They touch every button, they cross every T, every single thing. And what they're doing is, it's like when an attorney does what they call the funnel technique. What they're doing is they're slowly but surely, siloing the question, siloing the moment, so that everything is perfectly in place for them to be able to rope you in. That's what the game is. Many of them aren't skilled enough to pull it off when it comes to stalkers, but when you're talking about professional gangsters and professional grifters who know exactly what pressure points to push, it's the exact kind of strategy. And as you said, with a stalker, the best place to stop them is when somebody ever is asking about a friend of yours, is to be like, how do you know them? What do you want to know about them?
Yeah.
Well, then,
reaching out to that friend too. That second step of verifying, because often that's where the whole thing falls apart. If you tell me you were talking to Dave and you need this information because Dave needs it and he's in a bind, if you send Dave a text and say, "Hey Dave, I got so and so on the phone and they're asking about you. Is that somebody you know? Are you all right?" Whatever it is, right? That verification can knock the whole thing down.
The other thing is, too, and by the way, you can actually, and it got stolen. I mean, James Cameron used it in the second Terminator film. Tell them a lie that sounds like truth and see how they react to it. For instance, like, man, good. Well, no, it's like, with Dave, I would simply say, good God Almighty, didn't Cheryl really love Andor? That's just an example because, Cheryl checked out of it. Dave watched it till the end, but anybody that knows them would know that and be like, "Oh, of course, yeah, you're a liar."
Right.
That's
exactly.
That's all kinds of tricks you can
take
use.
That, Mia.
Take that, Mia. There you go. We all know something. Ben,
we're on to you, Mia.
Ben, what do you got on the docket? What's coming up for you next? What are you doing? Where are you going? Who are you talking to? What are you seeing?
Oh man, I hate to even bring it up because we talk about AI everything, but I've been going down the AI rabbit hole, looking at how we can kind of start to educate and protect the industry on some of the pitfalls as we all adopt AI in our operations, and I've been doing a lot of research into that. So ties into the social engineering because the bad guys are using it for that as well. It's kind of the front and center on my mind right now.
Well, we've still got a few more minutes to talk, Ben. It is now 8:52 in the morning, and you get what I did there? I was watching a AI historical thing about, I don't know what it was, about the Victorian era, and it said something about the time it was 6:30 in the morning. So there are ways to, we've recently, we dropped television and we just went online and we're watching a lot of YouTube stuff and all of that AI stuff. If you listen to a lot of it, you can really start to recognize it pretty quick now. But it's getting better and better and better because it learns.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the concept of the uncanny valley, where things that are just off enough that something seems strange, but you can't really put your finger on it. And I think we're still in that era with AI. I think we kind of have this innate sense that something just is off. It could be an interaction that seems a little bit strange, or it could be an image that just, we see all the AI generated images all over. And most of us, I think, can still kind of recognize most of the time there's something off. It's not quite right. It's really good, but it's not quite right. And I think we do have that kind of baked into our psyche here.
Well, first of all, I couldn't agree more. Second of all, one of the other things, too, you know what AI has proven? How completely unimaginative most people are. And I hate to say that. And it sounds brutal, but here's why. Everybody's cartoons look the same. Everybody says, I need you to make me a 5-point action plan on how to make a sale, or a 5-point action plan on what cybersecurity should look like. It's all the same damn shit. I mean, I'm gonna be really honest with you.
I think it's really disappointing that everybody is outsourcing that creativity, and I think that's the thing. It's like there are amazing use cases for AI and data analysis or lots of technical applications, pattern recognition, route optimization, all that kind of stuff. But when we outsource creativity, the whole point of creativity is the human side of the activity, the human side of what is being produced. And when you remove that, it all looks the same. It's all generic. It's all, we've come to call it slop. It's all just sameness.
Well, what's so funny about it too. What's funny about, I'll give you a great example of just to have some shiggles and gets on this one. What always ends up happening is I will often write a prompt for it where I'll be like, work in French. I'll be like, work in French situationist theory into what I'm trying to do here. And that's what I'm laughing about is they're gonna get rid of all these creatives. Like I said, the real joke is who I think it really eliminates is a lot of middle managers. And I think that they're the ones who think it's going to eliminate truck drivers and creatives. I think it's going to disrupt truck drivers and creatives for a moment and then really get rid of the very people who think they're going to profit from it. And it's interesting. It is actually a mirror. It's what people don't realize either. It is a mirror to your ability to write a prompt. And if you can write a really good prompt, and I'm talking about a beautiful prompt, it can give you something special. But you're right, it can't replicate the human touch. It just can't. It just can't. Ben, we got to shuffle you out of here. Thank you so much for sticking around for a long time. We appreciate your space and time, all of this stuff. And we'll probably, next time we talk, tie all this in together into one big bow. But what you got planned for the rest of the week? You going any place fun, nice, anything good?
This is week back to work for me because I've had some time off over the holidays, and then I shook the rust off a little bit last week, got back into it, but I'm ready to tuck in and put my head back down for a little while here.
We're counting on you, by the way, because you do. A lot of people actually have money that they could have gotten stolen from them, or a company or an identity that could have been robbed from them as well. Thank you, Ben Wilkens.
Well, I appreciate the time. We'll talk to you next time.
NMFTA. Is where you can go in the .com and find out all about that organization, find out about Ben, quality dude, good guy, by the way. Yeah, I got to tell you, dude, it's like the big thing that AI really is helpful for is organizing stuff, really puts it together well. But here's the thing. You've got to be able to write the prompt. It cannot substitute. And by the way, once more with feeling, if you're going to write somebody an AI letter, please go through it, make sure it's in your voice if you haven't already had your voice put into that AI, and do not cut and paste it and leave the created by ChatGPT at the bottom of the letter. I know people that have done that. I know people that have lost clients because they have done that. It is like the most unbelievable thing. You get the letter and it says, written by ChatGPT. It's kind of staggering and stunning. We're going to take a break here.
I did click the mouse to make it happen.
Yeah, there you go. You're not going to lose your job to AI. You're going to lose your job to somebody who knows how to use it. Learn how to use it. Go to RadioNemo.com. Please subscribe. Got to pay nothing. We got good content headed your way if you do that. Go to YouTube and subscribe.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It is Nemo Nation, by the way. We are now back to one of our rapid fire 3 guests and 27-minute segments coming up here. Don't worry, if any of them are listening right now, you don't have to come on with anybody else but you, Dave, and myself. Welcome back to Nemo Nation. Go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe over there. Hopefully we will get you guys the first edition of Gauge Illuminations, a newsletter coming from all of us here at Radio Nemo. All kinds of other great stuff planned too. Don't forget, another good edition of We Should Write is coming up this Wednesday. Phone Master Dre is always on the ones and the twos, helping Lindsay talk about the healing power of writing. And then tomorrow through Friday, well, Road Gang Radio. First 2 hours about making a living, second 2 hours about making a life. We are a trucking lifestyle show that actually slips a little news in there as well and gives you guys a community on a number of platforms, including Facebook and YouTube, where people continue to yak it up. But we also get a lot of great guests who tell you about the week that was, the week that will be, and where they get their information. Dre, would you be so kind? It is very nice, by the way, and John Bressler, Dave, joins us. He's the VP of Government Relations at the American Association of Port Authorities, AAPA, and we're thrilled to have him this morning. How are you, sir? Welcome to Nemo Nation.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm doing very well today. I'm excited for the Steelers-Texans game tonight.
I'm stoked. I am stoked. Who are you rooting for, by the way?
Well, I'm from Central Pennsylvania, and I spent quite a bit of time in Pittsburgh, so I'm diehard Steelers all the way. How about you?
I'll put it this way. I have no dog in the hunt, being that we're New Orleanians, except for the fact that my brother's wife, my sister-in-law, drives around in a Jeep that is black and yellow. So what do you know now, huh? She's a terrible towel through and through. So, yeah, we're very excited, especially to see if you guys can get over the hump with a quarterback who actually knows what he's doing. Boy, he knew what he was doing in that last game of the season, didn't he? Wow, he's still got an arm, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, he sure does. He sure does. And hopefully TJ Watt's aggressive on defense and can take C.J. Stroud down in the pocket. So we'll see how it happens.
I'm rooting for you guys. You guys have at least 2 more supporters than Dave and I. Okay, so let's kind of just talk about, so you handle government relations over there. Let's talk about the organization. You actually used to be with the National Air Traffic Controllers at the NATCA, where you oversaw the union's government relations and political department. Talk about your transition over to the American Association of Port Authorities and tell us about the organization itself.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for the question. I'll go back a little further, but make it brief. I worked on Capitol Hill on the House side as a legislative director for Congressman Frank Lobiondo, a very moderate Republican from South Jersey. And during that time, he was chair of the Maritime Coast Guard Infrastructure Subcommittee on Transportation. And during that time, I developed an interest and an understanding of maritime. After I worked on the Hill, I did move over to NACFE, the Air Traffic Controllers Union, representing federal air traffic controllers. That was a very, very good experience. I was there for 8 years. After working there for quite a while and understanding the needs of our members, I heard of this opening with the port authorities, and there are actually quite a bit of synergies between the aviation industry and the ports and maritime business. So it was actually a pretty smooth transition over here. I've been here for a little over 2 years. I do lead the Government Affairs Department here in Washington, D.C. It's critical that we have boots on the ground advocating for ports, whether it be for federal funding, for less regulatory burdens. We build a lot of relationships with legislators and agency officials to make sure that ports' voices are heard loud and clear. And of course, ports are critical in the supply chain. So for a lot of your audience, for the truckers and also the railroaders out there, there's a lot of chemistry between the different modes, and I'm proud to represent AAPA here in DC.
There are 130 members in AAPA. John, good morning. This is Dave Nemo. Great to have you with us on the program. And it seems, going through the materials, looking at the website and everything, it seems like a unification seems to be the key word this year. You have the U.S., Canada, Latin America, and the Caribbean. So focusing on unifying, first off, what does that mean? But is this simply a good thing to do, John, right now? Or are there factors that are making it crucial right now? And I guess that's probably the answer. I don't know.
Yeah, well, thanks. Pleasure to connect, Dave. Thanks again for having me on. We do, as you mentioned, represent over 130 seaports. We represent 81 U.S. seaport members. We do only advocate before the federal government for those 81 U.S. seaports. Those are our bread and butter. Our international members are also important, as is our ancillary members, our supply chain partners, and industry service providers. These are companies that have an innate interest in the maritime business and are members of ours for information, resources, discounts to conference, such as Great Lakes Dredge and Dock, CMA, CGM, MSC, Amazon, all key supply chain holders. When you ask the question about consensus, it's been a critical year for building consensus across our seaport members. For example, the push by the Trump administration to increase tariffs on Chinese cranes, Chinese goods, also fees on commercial vessels that were owned, operated, or built in China. Those types of tariffs have been very problematic for our members, and we've pushed back. We've done so in a very diplomatic way. We have good relationships with Republicans and Democrats. We're bipartisan. We focus on the policies, not the politics. But we were successful in pushing back on what they called the U.S. from the United States Trade Representative, the Section 301 tariffs that would have placed some of these really high fees on ocean-going vessels that call it at U.S. ports. That would have ultimately increased costs for ports and for those connecting at ports and ultimately consumers. So we had to build consensus across our membership on how we navigated that very complex issue, and we're still navigating as looking ahead. I know we're going to talk about last week and this week, but looking ahead, the Supreme Court is expected to have a ruling on whether the tariffs that President Trump pushed forward are or are not constitutional under the International Emergency Powers Act that he declared.
We've only got just a couple of minutes left here, and we're going to get you on for a longer segment. If you've had a good time this morning, we would love to have you back to really deep dive. And you may not have an answer for this yet. Do you feel like that in case the Supreme Court says that ain't going to float, in case the Supreme Court says that actually is a form of taxation that you don't have emergency powers to enact, party's over, tariffs are done. Do you guys feel like that you are in a position that you are good to go if, in fact, the floodgates open on what's going on at the ports across America? Do you follow me with that question?
Yeah. Yeah, several of our ports are tracking it closely, those especially who ordered Chinese cranes. They are anticipating there's the potential for a refund. There's also a lot of the other importers, the companies. Some are supply chain partners of ours, have hired lawyers, and they're anticipating that potential refund. It's going to be an interesting process. We anticipate the administration may come back and try to use other tariff codes, tariff laws to push those tariffs. So we'll see as the process plays out in the next few days here.
Okay, so in regards to this week, what are you looking at? I mean, in regards to this week, what kind of news are you following? What are you keeping up with?
Yeah, the Water Resources Development Act, that's the annual, it's generally reauthorized. This is the Army Corps of Engineers for water infrastructure policy, very critical for our ports to maintain deep, efficient harbors and navigations, ecosystem restoration. We're also tracking the administration's Maritime Action Plan on revitalizing maritime industry, pushing back on Chinese dominance. We're tracking the reauthorization of the highway bill. There's potential that there could be a new tax on electric and hybrid vehicles. Of course, the Highway Trust Fund needs to be shored up, and we're looking at closely watching that. Also, the appropriations process, the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill that fully funds the Army Corps, that passed the House last week. Looking at maybe passage in the Senate this week. That's very critical for us. We're tracking that carefully, and also tracking the Union Pacific Norfolk Southern merger.
I have to tell you, man, you are perfect for this show, by the way. We're going to get you on. I mean, we're laughing because Dave and I are sitting there going like, yep, we've talked about that. Yep, we got to get more into that. We would love the perspective on all of those things from the ports. If you'd be inclined to join us again sooner rather than later for a longer conversation. You up for it?
Absolutely. I look forward to it. Thank you for the invitation.
Oh, you're quite welcome, by the way. John Bressler has not been here long enough, but it's all the time we have. He's the Vice President of Government Relations over at the American Association of Port Authorities, AAPA. Head on over there. Check them out. It's AAPA-ports.org. I got that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Oh, by the way, go Steelers.
Thank you.
Wave that terrible towel, my friend. All right, man.
Here we go.
All right, man.
Thank
Talk
you.
to you later, John.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Speaking, by the way, Dave, speaking of that congressional bill and all kinds of congressional bills, please introduce us.
Eugene Mulero joins us now. Eugene is senior reporter and editor at Transport Topics. Eugene, good morning and welcome back to the show. Awesome having you, as always.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy New Year. And it's always a pleasure, guys.
Love having you, Eugene. Okay, so let's just kind of jump in. Let's just go right to the highway bill. I mean, you know, it ain't a carefree highway like Gordon Lightfoot sang about. It's something very, very different. Let's talk about highway bill and what that means. That's the top of the congressional agenda as far as transportation, but as far as big picture stuff goes for the country.
You're absolutely right. This is the House and Senate Transportation Committees in about a few weeks are going to start laying out a timeline for the consideration of this bill. Now, by springtime is when you can really start seeing some committees taking up the draft legislation. And the things to look for here, Jimmy, is there's going to be a lot of language in these bills about emerging technologies, autonomous vehicle technologies, electric vehicle, alternative energy, all of that to say that the era of AI is really here, and the transportation committees have acknowledged it, and they're going to look to approve provisions and legislation that is able to adopt and connect existing infrastructure with, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. All of this is part of a modernization vision for the highway bill that the chairman of the House Transportation Committee, Sam Graves, is really looking to push. And like I said, as early as sometime in March, early spring.
All right. So, in regards to the speed at which this is going to happen, what does your crystal ball tell you? Because sometimes we get things where it's like, yeah, that ain't going to happen. I mean, and we know what I'm talking about here. But in regards to kind of this is the agenda. This looks like, provided they can get a couple of little things worked out, this is something that's imminently doable in regards to a reasonably ordered manner. Correct?
Yeah. So that's a good point. While the Congress is working on a September 30th deadline, that is when the existing highway law expires. Now, those provisions will stay effect post an expiration date. Nevertheless, what a lot of the people that I'm talking to are telling me is that Congress is not going to meet that September 30th deadline. Back to your point, what is likely to happen is we're going to see a series of short-term legislative extensions on this highway bill to get Congress beyond the midterm elections in November, and then returning in 2027 post-midterm elections, but again, before the presidential cycle, is when Congress is really expected to finalize the big picture multi-year highway bill, something that they're looking to have something, of a 4-year, 5-year outlook for this highway legislation. But that's what people are telling me. When you talk to the senior congressional leaders, what they will tell you is that they're very adamant and confident that they're going to meet that September 30th deadline.
All right. So that kind of buttons that up really nicely, but there's so much more in the docket here. Let's talk about the emission rule rewrite.
Yeah, absolutely. EPA is going to look to sometime again in the springtime before by Memorial Day is when the EPA administrator is going to roll out the guidelines for the new phase of the Class 8 emissions benchmarks, and these are going to adhere to Biden-era rules, which actually clash against what the industry had been calling for. The industry had been calling for a reset and even an undoing of the Biden-era guidelines on emissions, but through environmental concerns and some other mechanisms at play, the Trump EPA is going to stick to primarily these Biden-era rules with some exceptions here and there. Nevertheless, we're looking at a late spring timeline for these announcements. And what my people are telling me, Jimmy, is that a lot can happen between this month and late spring, that while the EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin, is telling people, that they're going to kind of stay somewhat status quo, that is not set in stone, that there can be some modifications before the implementation, by Memorial Day weekend.
All right. So in regards to your people telling you that, are they telling you what those modifications can be, or is it just being like, keep an eye out? We don't know exactly what it's going to be yet, but there's been some rumblings, bumblings, and stumblings, or do they have a clear idea, or is it more just kind of what I call the whisper?
There's a lot of buzz right now, nothing really set in stone.
Notice that, Dave. He didn't give me the whisper. He gave me the buzz. He gave me the buzz. So it's what's the buzz? So there's a lot of people talking, but nobody can pin anybody down, is what you're telling me, right?
Correct. With that said, there is a very strong expectation that some exceptions will occur, that, operators in last mile corridors, some very specific exceptions will be proposed, and that will ideally accommodate certain concerns, but nevertheless, I'm not hearing in the whisper category that the Trump administration is going to really, adhere to the broad, big picture concerns from industry.
All right, we got a little bit of time left, and of course, as always, if anybody knows formats, it's reporters, Dave. We got enough time to talk about access to military facilities. Let's talk about that, what that means.
Yeah, just last month, Congress and the President Trump enacted the most recent massive Pentagon bill, and what that did, it had a section in it to make it easier for operators, Class 8 truckers, in not only moving freight and hazardous materials, but also within the moving and storage industry to access the military facilities easier, to make it more seamless to go in and out of facilities. And that was done via just putting together, streamlining the security credentials of these truck drivers and operators. In addition to that, there is language in that law that will also facilitate access to bathroom facilities at these military installations for some of these Class 8 operators. That's just a best practice situation there that addresses some longstanding concerns, and this is all to just really improve the way that the military is able to move its military personnel throughout, and working hand in hand with industry to make that moving process easier, to make the transport of freight goods easier throughout military installations. So that's already in place. Industry praised it, and is expected to, there's not an expectation that the issue will be revisited, that a lot of the concerns were addressed just now in this new military Pentagon law.
Really quickly, we got to let you go, my brother, and we love having you on. It's always great to have you back. I don't know if you guys noticed in there, but they are talking about giving people access to the bathroom, which bodes well for any attempts to kind of pass legislation about letting truckers use the restroom everywhere. If the federal government starts doing it, it sends a message that we're serious about this, particularly in sensitive areas. And I'm not talking about bathroom-sensitive areas. I'm talking about national security sensitive areas. If they're going to be opening up their restrooms for truck drivers, other people might want to follow in accordance. Just kind of picked up on that from reading your article. It's terrific, by the way, guys. All of this stuff in much more detail can be found at Transport Topics under the byline of Eugene Mulero, who, along with all the wonderful stuff he keeps up with on the Hill, is one of the best historians and coverers of the National Truck Driving Championships. Thank you, Eugene. It's always good to have you.
You got it. Thank you.
We're going to take a very quick kind of bridge music here. Dave is going to handle the interview with Mike Roeth. I'm going to go make sure that our guest, who is on the way to be in studio in just a moment, finds his way over here. Dave, I turn it over to Dre, who will then turn it over to you.
I'd like to say is I never get tired of hearing that crazy song. And it sticks with you. Maybe that's not a good thing. I'm not so sure. Mike Roeth is joining us. He's the executive director of NACFE. You guys know that, the North American Council on Freight Efficiency. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I never thought I'd say I was tired of football, but man, I watched a lot this week.
Well, there's one more tonight. You gonna make it?
I don't know. Maybe I probably will.
Now, you kind of have that "I'm on the road" sound to your signal there. Where are you?
Yeah, you got a sixth sense, Dave. I'm in Panama City Beach for a week, and just working out of here. I mean, you've got to work somewhere, so I'm remote working out of my RV along the beach again.
Oh,
so
that's
enjoying it.
God,
Yeah,
I don't know how you can stand it. Well, it's 40.
Yeah,
what is it?
We all learned how to handle the other things that are nabbing at us to go do, like walk or go do this, that, or the other. So once you figure out how to work from home, you can kind of work from everywhere. You learn the tactics.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We can broadcast from a moving vehicle, so just head westbound on I-10 and pick us up.
There you go. Road trip.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things that, and I'm not saying to you, but if everybody would go to the NACFE website, there are so many things you can kind of just get buried in and engrossed in. And I found something here that I kind of thought we would kind of zero in on this morning, Mike. And it's the page about scaling current technologies and what that means. And what are the current technologies you guys look at? You look at the chassis, the tires, and then rolling resistance of the tires, tractor and trailer aerodynamics, idle reduction, and operational practices. And that's where the human element comes in, I would think. And that seems to be the one where it either all comes together or it all falls apart. And Mike, I just wondered, is that human element, that operational practice section, is that where you generally start conversations with fleets as opposed to jumping right into chassis and aerodynamics?
Well, I think there's yes, I do. So we, on that area of the website and what NACFE's been doing for 16 years, is we've got actually 85 different practices or specs that you can put on a heavy tractor and or trailer to save fuel and save money. And so all of those have, of course, a human element to it. So, the driver wants to make sure and do a normal check to make sure aerodynamic devices are working well and, fixed to the truck and not shaking or rattling or damaged. But when it comes to what we call these operational practices, there's about a dozen things there that are things the driver and or the fleet should be doing to manage their business and save fuel. A couple of those there, like one is, speed. So go slower if you can. It takes more fuel to drive fast. It can be tens of thousands of dollars in fuel a year to drive 5 miles per hour faster or slower. So that matters, but also things like maintenance. We find even the craziest things that aren't all that obvious, but alignment of the trailer can have, if you're pulling that trailer a little sideways, even the smallest of bits, that can affect tire wear. It can affect fuel economy as well. So there's a lot of things there. How you set up, or we suggest things around driver training for fuel economy and incentives, even if it's just encouraging drivers to talk to one another about what works for them to save fuel. And a lot of the fuel saving techniques are also safety improvements as well. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. It's a big part of what we do, but the human factor is really there for any strategy or any fuel economy effort.
Yeah, understood. Well, I go back a long way, so this number may go back a little too far, but it seems to me that I remember that there was a number, 30%, and everything in terms of fuel efficiency, we'll say, not economy, fuel efficiency, 30% of that is on the driver, regardless of what else you got there, trailer skirts and everything else. Is that pretty much still the case now, or is that kind of eased up or getting
directionally? Yeah, directionally, that's a good number. I mean, it is declining a little bit with respect to computers helping the truck driver drive the truck. So, if you go back to the days of no cruise control at all, and the driver trying to, manage the pedal going up the hill and down the hill, and then figuring out can they run out the speed a little bit going down the hill so they can help them get over a second hill, those sort of things. If you think about now the advanced cruise control and predictive cruise control that we have on many of these new trucks, that will take some of the decision making away from the driver, makes it easier for he or she to drive, but it also limits that 30%. So I could make a case that maybe we've gone from 30 or 40% of the impact down to 20 to 30% or something like that, Dave. But it's still a lot. And, we just know that and these trucks are big, so every time you hit the brake, means you're going to have to hit the accelerator pedal again. So if you're driving a truck and you're coming up on another truck and, you think, okay, well, I can maintain my speed by just passing that other truck, and you look in your left mirror and there's something coming, a fast car, motorcycle, another truck, and you need to brake, then you've just blown a bunch of money in that braking event. So long following distances, slower speeds, those things that aren't always the most popular with truckers or anybody that's driving anything, but is real good practices to save you money.
I'm going to hate myself for this next sentence. Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, we all want to get where we're going. We want to get there and relax and so forth. But whether you're driving a car or a truck, that's costing us money in fuel, and it's also costing us in other areas like brakes. We've got. I'd love to have better data, but we know that that slow and steady you're talking about saves and lengthens the brake life, and that just saves us money again, whether we're in a car or truck.
Speaking of brakes, we have to slam on our brakes right now. I just looked up at the clock, and wow, talking to you goes by so fast, Mike. Thank you so much. Hey, you got any events coming up this early in the year? Or
next week I'll be in Washington, D.C. for the Society of Automotive Engineers Government and Industry meeting. It's a bunch of engineers and getting pretty geeky on things, but I'll be talking there about what we learned on these different powertrain technologies and messy metal. And then, things get busy in February and March and April, as you know. I'm excited to get out with the industry. Kind of had a little bit of a pause here over the holidays and ready to get out and talk trucks, talk efficiency, talk electrification, talk all these things.
Well, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay will be at TCA. And then we'll all be at Mid-America, and I know you'll be there too. So we'll talk before then. But have a safe trip there to the show. Are you driving up in your RV?
I'm going to fly from Florida there, but I've got miles planned on this RV, so we'll chat about where I am every time we chat. So it'll be fun.
Fantastic, Mike. As always, thanks for calling. Listen to me. We called you. Thank you for being
Have a good
with
week.
us. And you too, man. Mike Roeth, everybody. He is the executive director of NACFE, the North American Council on Freight Efficiency. Marshall, you are right. I have it at home. I squeeze 8 lemons a week and drink that in water all week long, and I forgot to bring it this morning. Seventeen Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Hey, we're back on Nemo Nation. Dave Nemo. No, Dave Nemo. No, don't go anywhere, Dave. He's sitting next to you, buddy. He's sitting next to you. Always the production numbers. Always the production numbers here at Nemo Nation. Never a dull moment. Everybody's having a good time, Brian. Welcome back, guys. I actually was able to get a little bit of a rice cake with some peanut butter on it. Always enjoy that as well. Always fun. Chris Orban is going to be joining us here in uno momento. Don't forget to go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe. We're going to have a new newsletter coming out this Friday called Gauge Illuminations. I promise you, if it does not arrive on Friday, here's what's going to happen, guys. There will be no more Radio Nemo. Straight up. I'm making that promise. If you subscribe to our website, and it turns out that you don't get a newsletter from us, I'll tell you right now, my brothers and sisters, there will be no more RadioNemo.com. It'll all just go away. So we're working on it. We're making stuff happen over here. Hey, Chris, good morning. Good to see you. Good morning. And there we go. A nice working microphone as well. And Dave Nemo is here. Hey, Dave, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I'm practicing my AI.
Yeah, I understand. Oh, yeah. By the way, the money you and your daughter have left on the table, not using yourself for voiceover work, is just stunning.
That profession has now ended.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Man, you are the biggest. You are the most biggest doomsayer. You sound like the very people who want to get rid of us all. That's who you sound like. I'm going to be full straight up about it. This stuff really makes me angry, guys. I'm going to say it again. The threat that AI poses is not to people who are creative. It's going to be disruptive for a little bit. The threat that AI poses to truckers is going to be disruptive. The people who are really at threat are the very people that are cackling from on high about it, because the one thing that it does actually well is it organizes stuff. Everybody you hate's going to get it in the ass, Dave. That's who's going to get this, straight up. But oh, it has.
How exciting is that?
You could literally, if you wanted to, Dave, if you have, guys, if you have a procrastination problem, if you have a hard time organizing stuff into actual functioning lists, you can actually write down and boy, Dave can write. Dave and his daughter can write. When I tell you, Chris, straight up write. I want to put an end to this right now.
Can't read it, but I can write.
Yeah. And that's nonsense too. Dave can read and he can write, because I know that I gave Dave 2 copies of Mark Rainey's books, and he read them all pillar to post and loved them to the point where he was angry about the movie that came out because it didn't do the book justice. If you write the proper prompts, they can organize everything. The people that are in deep doo-doo are the people who make things happen. They are insurance agents and adjusters. They are middle managers. They are people in the middle. They're the people who sit there with their cups of coffee and say, I need you to get on this. They're gone. And they don't even know it because they're so busy counting the money they're going to make when they get rid of the pesky talent. I'm sorry, Dave. This is really, it's beginning to wear on me, because it's a despair that those people want to create, because they think if they can force enough of us out of the game, they can get their money faster.
So can AI create something that's never been thought of? The answer is no, right? All it can do is look at what's already been created, and it can combine things, it can chop things up and add pieces together. 2 + 2 can equal 4, maybe 4.5 or something like that sometimes, but it can't create absolutely novel intelligence. It can't create new information, new creative tasks. It cannot do that yet.
and there is no model at which you can. That's the other thing, Dave. Nobody. No, I mean, of course, you'll get people like Musk lying his ass off, suggesting that there's a super secret sauce which he just isn't telling people about right now. But none of the serious players in this field, Chris, have any. They don't know how to get there because it's the same thing that happens in the first season of the show Westworld, where like you can't produce the bicameral mind. You can't do it.
I think that there's an interesting option as you get farther down in the future around technology, around quantum computing and things like that, where if you have enough power, you just generate random things so fast that maybe something looks like, a new task. But
looks like. Yeah, the seeming makes it so. It's the monkeys typing eventually getting to Shakespeare, but there's no formula for monkeys typing their way to Shakespeare. It's a random occurrence. It is, and by the way, it would be a rarer occurrence than winning the Powerball.
By far.
Yeah, I mean, it would be an absolutely random occurrence. It is just, and like I said, Chris Orban joins us this morning, by the way. We gave you his bona fides before he actually was here earlier this morning when we were talking to Dean. How you been? How's the new year treating you?
Pretty good. The year's off to a good start. The weather's a little chilly in New Orleans, I always talk about when I come in here, and the Patriots won last night, so I'm pretty happy in general.
For you, by the way. All of our friends, by the way, so we're going to ask a favor. Since we rooted for you, you have to root for my sister-in-law, Rose. Her Steelers play tonight.
Okay, that's
so
fair.
You got to root for the Steelers.
That's fair,
you know
sure.
what I'm saying? I know there's some Texans fans out there. I'm not sorry. I'm just not. Oh, you were just actually messing with your mouth. I thought you were going to say something. But yeah, it was a good game yesterday. It was the only game that wasn't a nail biter, and even it was a nail biter until the fourth quarter.
It was close. Yeah,
it was close until the fourth quarter. It's just the Patriots' defense was so insanely good. Poor Justin Herbert took the blame for it, by the way, and he shouldn't have. Man, he had no protection.
He really didn't. No, there
were
a couple blitzes that were just.
Did you watch any of that game?
No.
He didn't have. I mean, the poor kid is like he's the size of a bull. If he hadn't been, he'd have been dead. I mean, it was almost at the end when they went up 16-3. I said, "Take him out, dude. Take him out for next year." I mean, that defensive line was just all over him from beginning to end. It was a series of really great games. Okay, all right, that's enough of that nonsense. We've talked about AI and football. This seems to be an obsession of ours on this show. Talk to us about what the week's looking like and what you're looking at for the new year.
Really, again, I think we talked about a lot last time I was in here is uncertainty, that macro uncertainty, the micro uncertainty. And somehow I feel like things have gotten less certain over the last month or so since I've been in here.
A little more positive, too.
I think more positive, too. I'm definitely seeing some trends around, rates and activity around the smaller carriers that I interact with all the time in terms of them feeling positive about the new year, them maybe being willing to spend a little bit of money and see if they can get some of the new tools that are out there around, understanding how to properly price freight and how to find more freight, things like that. So that's very exciting to me. But I do think that, we have another layer of complexity and uncertainty going on in the world. And, maybe it's good uncertainty sometimes. I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean, there is uncertainty that it's going to cause us a problem. We have not, because of everything else going on, have not had a serious discussion about what's kind of unfolded in Venezuela and what that's going to mean in regards to the supply chain, Dave. I mean, we haven't even begun to talk about. Have you been following this at all?
A little bit, not too much though, frankly, at this point, because I don't think there's much to follow at this point, except what's happened, and you wait for the smoke to clear and see where we are.
I mean, that's not a bad analysis that we're still in a smoke clearing kind of moment here, because there's a lot of people like when the oil companies of the U.S. looked at it, they're like, yeah, no. Because the problem is with a socialist country like Venezuela is that infrastructure isn't ready. You can't, I mean, they are literally, it's not Chernobyl because it isn't nuclear energy, but they're literally sitting on a natural disaster waiting to happen because the infrastructure is so old and so unkept up and such a disaster that in order for our oil companies or anybody's oil companies to go in there and make this work, they've got to just tear up the infrastructure and go back to work on it.
Which actually, if you think about that from an economic standpoint, might be a very good thing for both sides, right? Like it's going to generate jobs. People are going to have to do that work. It's going to cost money, which isn't always everybody's favorite thing to do. But if the rewards are there, if the infrastructure can be rebuilt, there might be a benefit to both sides. I don't know. Again, I think you're right. I think it's very early in the process, and maybe we're not sure. There have been some promises made. There have been some grand statements, and we'll kind of see how it all shakes out.
Well, and the other problem is too. Go ahead.
I was just going to add just a question here. Did I read, or do I misremember that the Chinese defense systems and radar and all of that stuff they had down there pretty much failed?
You read right.
Yeah.
You read right.
So why would you go back to that store to buy more radar?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay, this is the problem, though, and it kind of speaks to what I call, and look, I'm going to pick on the administration right now. I'm going to pick on a lot of people because look, you want to get a both sides version of this? Here's a both sides version, not just of Venezuela, but things in general. There are a lot of people who want Medicare for all. That's an example I'll give on the left. I want Medicare for all. By the way, it's doable, but man, it is ripping up infrastructure in ways you can't even imagine. Matter of fact, the closest thing to an actual national health care plan of what I call comprehensive comes out of the Nixon administration. They take a shot at it. They try to use the German model, the federation model, where you have different segments of the country, and each, you get about 8-10 states in different. We know how the country is divided. You dig? Mm-hmm. And you use those confederations to kind of figure things out together. And then they, using a blueprint, come up with their own unique sort of healthcare plan. So that you're dealing with like these federations of states who have healthcare plan. The Medicare for all problem, everybody thinks you just snap your fingers and it's done because it works in Taiwan, right? Have you checked out the population and size of Taiwan recently, by the way? All right, okay. That's another example. This is an example on the right of, we're just going to have oil now. And it's like, yeah, well, no, because it's actually the American taxpayer, not private investment, because corporations can't do this. The American taxpayer would have to pay exactly for what Chris is talking about, which is a massive Marshall Plan level injection. But the American people and Republican senators are not going to give the government that he has left in place that money. Do you follow me? That you're going to have a government in place that not only do you agree with, but that aren't a bunch of gangsters and grifters who are going to steal all that federal dollars from the American taxpayer, that it really has to be, you're talking about occupation. And you can't send a private army in there to occupy. Can't send Blackwater in there. Got to send the human beings who don't, who know how to actually, look, the U.S. military is better than private contractors for doing this kind of work because it knows how to relate to people. They're actually culturally smart, whereas a lot of private contractors get angry, and then you've got a very, very angry population. You don't want to be seen as an occupier. It's a mess. And you're right, Dave. It's almost like a dead zone right now, if that makes sense. If that makes any sense to anybody. That's kind of where we're at with that. Let's get back home, though. Let's get back home. And Dave, I do have a lemon in the other room.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do, actually. You want to take a crack at the title? By the way, I don't want you sucking on a lemon during the show.
I'm thinking of our gang comedy when the kid was trying to play the trumpet and Spanky was eating a lemon on the front row. Do you remember that?
Oh, my God. I haven't thought of that in forever. Okay. So what are you looking at in the new year in regards to the world that you inhabit? What is the new year? Go to your crystal ball and tell us what's coming up, because our next guest is going to be doing that as well.
So what I'm looking at really, really heavily right now is what is happening in some of these very specific niche markets in transportation. So my world right now is very, very much focused on the small carrier, but also the specialized carrier, those who are doing heavy haul, oversized, overweight loads. And typically those fleets that are under 20 units, for the specialized fleets, under 50 units, very, very interested in what they're looking at and what they're getting ready to do for the new year. Most of the heavy haul fleets that I've talked to are really excited about 2026 and doing good things and, looking at kind of continuing what ended up being a stronger end of 2025 than they had anticipated into 2026. So that's very positive on that side. The other one that's become very, very interesting in the last couple of weeks to me is the food delivery business. Had some really interesting conversations with some colleagues who run warehouse management for cold storage facilities, and they are seeing a really interesting uptick in freight movement and the movement of goods both into and out of their cold storage warehouses, and the application of technology to make that movement very, very efficient. So we're talking to them about things like dock scheduling and optimizing loads and things like that. So this acceptance of technology at the smaller levels and more specialized levels of the industry has become very, very interesting for me for 2026.
Well, and the other thing is, I don't know if you got a chance to hear Dean this morning. He was on at the top of the show, and he actually agrees with you. He talked about the refrigeration stuff the last time he was on. This time, what he talked about that made a big difference was the fact that we discussed the idea that we may have finally had the blink moment. For the last year and a half, 2 years in the trucking space, because we have a much more informed trucker and a much more informed human being. They're listening to shows like this. They're listening to shows like Freight Waves. They're listening to shows like they're listening to Dean when he goes on other podcasts, or they're keeping up with his blog. They keep up with the stuff that you do. A lot of guys stuck around saying, I just have to wait this out until everybody else kind of clears. Well, the problem was you got all these informed people playing a game of chicken, and who's going to blink first? It seems like the blink moment happened because even though the economy hasn't improved, capacity is people have finally said no mas. And in a lot of ways, the people we're talking to right now, whether it's Jody, who told everybody good morning from Bushnell, Florida, or Marshall, who tells Dave to suck on those lemon wedges, or Jerry Bowers, who said good morning to everybody, these are the guys that stuck it out, either with their carriers or either in their own kind of hanging their own shingle kind of thing. And they may end up being the big winners of 2026 in the driving market.
You know, what's really interesting for me is the owner-operator segment that, you know, we typically, in my business, have not focused on trying to sell or reach out to the owner-operators because we're like, hey, we've got a TMS, and this is probably like a 5 to 20 unit fleet kind of market. I've had several owner-operators reach out to me and say, hey, we'd like to use this. And so we obviously give them a really great price on the product. Because if they're just running one truck, then obviously our costs are much lower. And they're really excited about 2026. They're doing some really neat things and want some of this technology that, again, the mega fleets have at their fingertips and that have been a little difficult to access at the owner-operator level. So we've got several one-unit fleets now in our system. That's pretty exciting for me.
Yeah, and this is a crazy thing. So my prediction, based on everything that I've been reading, based on the conversations I've had today, I always have Dave knows, I call it the rule of two. That if I will sit on an idea and I won't tell anybody from a programming perspective. And if Dave ever walks in and says, I had an idea, and he tells me the same idea, I go, it's a good idea. Because Dave's really great at that kind of stuff. He's really great at knowing what works on radio and what works on programming. So I don't, but the thing is, I don't tell him. And I think you get why, right, Dave? If I tell you and you think it's a good idea, it might be, but it ain't as good as if somebody as smart as you thinks it up. And then you kind of go, oh, okay, I'm on to something. So I've been kind of thinking about that as well, that what you've talked about, what Dean talked about as well, too, and the idea that if the people that stuck around in the industry, this might be their year. This might be the year of the independent operator for those who continue to drive. They are set up very nicely to get a nice little kind of steady, slow increase as they dig their way out of the hole that the last 2 years caused. So it's in a lot of ways, I'm telling a lot of our listeners, well done. You made it. This is like the final round.
I think you're right. And I also think that one thing that I've been very, very fortunate in my career in transportation is to work with a lot of really great fleets and human beings, you know, owner-operators, small fleets, big fleets, mega fleets, and been very, very fortunate in that sense. And those are the folks who are going to really thrive. You know, they've to your point, they've made it through. They've done what they've always done. They've done their job. They've shown up for work. They've run and they've followed through on their commitments. And that's really exciting for me because when those people start to get rewarded again, as they have in the past, you know, this is a cyclical industry, things go up and go down, and the good folks tend to do well all the time, but they do really well when things start to turn around again. I think you're right. I think that's what we're starting to see now. I'd also like to throw a shout out to one of the very first safety people I worked with in the industry, Mr. Al Lacombe from Dupre Logistics, who just retired last year after a very, very long career. And speaking of good people in the industry, I'd be remiss not to mention him as one of the best people in the industry and somebody I was very, very, very blessed to learn from.
Big shout out to Al out there as well. Okay, so we also want to ask you too, Dave, do you know when somebody has a take, the difference between a take and a hot take?
A take and a hot take. I've heard the expression hot take, but I think it's too new age for me.
That's okay. So a take is basically what, you know, way you see the situation. A hot take is something a little bit outside the box that might be counterintuitive, has a touch of the freakonomics to it, goes against the grain kind of thing. So that's one. Do you have any? So I ask you that, Chris, with that in mind. Do you have any hot takes for the coming year?
I think we could see things get better faster than anyone's anticipating. I think that maybe...
How so, though? That's where the hot take comes in.
I think that maybe maybe, and I'm seeing this in some small technical signs that I'm seeing in the industry, maybe the capacity is even tighter than we think it is. Maybe there is some false capacity from maybe not bad actors, but people who are maybe not 100% honest about what's going on out there. Those are the folks who I do not enjoy working with in the industry, by the way. And so I think the capacity might be a little bit even tighter than we think. And I think shippers are going to try to get ahead of that curve a little bit and maybe start to contract some things out, maybe start to look for some better deals sooner rather than later.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think there may be an elephant in the room, and that is the undocumented, unqualified CDLs. 200,000 here. North Carolina, of all places now, is in the news because of this. And speaking of smoke, there's more smoke there than there is in Venezuela at the moment, I think.
But it's helpful, though. This is a good thing.
Well, yeah.
If in fact they get them out of there. Okay, so I say you don't want to. But as they get them out of there, if they're there, they're actually making this harder for the people actually doing it legitimately. But if they even get half of those people out or a quarter of those people out, the situation, which is we think improving. Here's my hot take. The Supreme Court is going to overturn the tariffs. And simultaneously, Jerome Powell is going to lower interest rates. If the combination of those two things happen, prices will plunge. They will plunge. And if prices plunge, and a lot of people and I think the people that have left the market, Chris, have either been run out because they're dirty or they broke. That the wait was too long and finally the wheels came off. That's what Dean and I were talking about this morning with Dave. The idea that the people who left aren't coming back because it wrecked them.
I think that's true. Yeah.
And I think my hot take is the trifecta of the court saying that's the end of those tariffs, or at least you got to get Congress to pass them. Number two, Jerome Powell goes, you know what? That's it. You've all suffered long enough. I'm gonna turn the dial down on the interest rates. If those two things happen in simultaneous order, you could see a plunge in prices. And the fact is, people don't go racing back into the trucking market because everybody's gotten either run out of it or broken out of it. And then the people that are listening to this show right now who are still driving, happy days are here again for them. That's my hot take. That's not my normal take. That's what I say. That's the best case scenario. And I don't think it's out the realm of the possibility anymore.
Don't forget about the drug and alcohol clearinghouse.
Clearinghouse. Right.
Look at the return rate there. Practically nothing. You got people who really, they're trucking. Okay, well, I'm not going to do trucking anymore because I can't smoke dope on the road. Okay, fine. You're gone. Same thing with the non-domiciled. Yeah, I drove a truck in Albania, but okay, I'll do something else here. So I think there's going to be an attrition coming from those two factors that will really lower capacity.
And then we haven't talked about the Ozempic. Did you hear our Ozempic interview last Friday?
I did not.
Oh, my God, with Amy Donnellan. So basically, she backed up the same data that Dean talked about. A woman wrote this book about Ozempic, and very balanced book about it, about the miraculous categories about it, about its side effects, about how some people are affected, some people aren't. It has a possibility of reducing the number of trucks on the road by 200,000 in the short term, because fast food restaurants are taking it on the chops because of Ozempic. And that's a weird thing too. That could put a wrinkle into all of this. It's already beginning to have a very pronounced effect, which of course 200,000 isn't a lot, but it does make a difference. And all of this stuff.
You can get a breakfast at McDonald's for $5 right now.
Yeah, I mean it's going to keep dropping. They're going to keep dropping it now. Go ahead, Chris.
So if we just think about the math on this, right? This is very, very simple math, which is you both brought up some really interesting elements that are going to reduce capacity.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to increase capacity? To your point, like, it's not the easiest industry to jump into. You know, if you've been kind of decided you don't want to be a trucking company anymore, you've exited the industry, it's interesting. So what's going to bring people back?
And Christmas.
Yeah, probably.
Here's the thing. If everything we've talked about, if every single thing we've talked about comes to pass, it's going to take that long. By the way, this is turning around an aircraft carrier is what we're talking about here, ladies and germs. If we turn this aircraft carrier around, that's the point that it turns around. So you could see the beginning of a ramp up in Q3 and then something really take off in Q4, which is ahead of schedule by, I think, 1 quarter. People were looking at 2027 as where they would look back on Q4 and realize that things were returning to normal. I think if that trifecta happens, if in fact you get 1, the tariff overturned, 2, Powell drops the rates, and then 3, Dave's scenario. And we'll lump that all into bad players out. We'll just call it as bad players out, or weak players out. Then we're looking at a situation where, who knows, you may, if you are listening, congratulations, you won the Powerball. Or at least the Powerball of determination and grit and all that kind of stuff, which you made by making a choice for yourself, which is why you listen to Nemo Nation. Chris Orban has joined us this morning. Love having him on. He and I are going to step outside and shoot the breeze a little bit while Dave talks to our friends from Purple Wave running around my brain. Lately, things don't seem the same. Excuse me while I tell this guy, Dre, take us away. Purple Wave, by the way, is a sponsor of ours. We love having them. Don will be joining Dave. That's a heck of a conversation. And, well, we're going to withhold what the pick of the week is, pick of the month. We'll be right back after this. Go to truckdown.com, get back on the road and out of that ditch.
know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Going once, going twice, sold! And welcome to the Purple Wave Perspective, a chance for Dave Nemo and Don Nash to talk market conditions, economic factors, and top challenges. Ultimately, it's about getting the perspective of when to trade and when to maintain. So grab a cup, settle in, and see what's on the auction block. All of it brought to you by purplewave.com. And now, here's Dave and Don.
There's a little more to say about purplewave.com. Purple Wave Auction is the trusted, no-reserve equipment marketplace. We'll talk about what that means. Bi-weekly truck and trailer auctions provide countless opportunities to locate the perfect truck to make your job easier or just expand your fleet. All equipment sells to the highest bidder regardless of price. Transparent listings allow you to bid with confidence. Purplewave.com. Straight, simple, and boom, sold. Don Nash, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Dave. How are you this new year, my friend?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. It's 45 degrees here in New Orleans, so we're all bundled up. We're burning paper in the trash can and everything.
I bet you are. Yeah, I can commiserate, yeah, but that's a bit far south of that kind of temperature. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah. So you're on the road. Where are you at?
I am southbound on 77 right now in North Carolina, headed to the airport to get over back to Kansas to home office for this week. So I pulled over to talk with you guys. Much more fun doing that than driving all the time down the road. But seeing a lot of my friends and stuff and out on the highways this morning and waving hi to them as we pass by some of the fleet trucks that I've worked with in the past. So it's been a good morning so far.
Fantastic. Well, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. We're starting the new year, so we certainly want to look forward, but this is our real first opportunity to kind of take a look at the activities that you guys have seen and experienced in 2025, and what kind of a year-end wrap-up. So I'm going to ask you to kind of do that, and then we're going to move into some other things. And you've got a really special Don's Pick of the Month for us this month, so we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, we do. That's for sure. Yeah, our 2025 was a banner year for us. I believe it probably set some records for us in the volumes that we sold here at Purple Wave. Closing out the year, the last month obviously was really heavy. We talked about that a little bit on the last time we talked in early December, how we were trending, and I just can cover some of those numbers for us. During that month, we sold 340 trucks in December, which I think is probably close to record, if not, with the number of sales that we had, for a total of about 22,600 and some change in bids. That translates to about 66 bids per asset. So what does that mean? More activity, more revenue, more drive for it. A lot of interest in it. We actually saw a little bit of an uptick. I know I sent you a graphic earlier, but what's not on there is we saw a little bit of an uptick in overall value for the trucks that are being sold. And so about an 8% uptick overall in the last quarter of the last year is what I saw on it, at least from our data. So strong metrics going into the first year, comparatively speaking, to what the truck industry seems to be kind of faltering along a little bit, or kind of rambling along, kind of flatlining in places. But that little bit of an uptick for people like myself and some other guys that are kind of data nerds and stuff like that, that's a pretty good indication of what we might be looking at coming into Q1. Big truck models that have been trading, obviously the larger fleets are moving some of their assets out at the end of the year, so we're seeing a lot of the line spec trucks like the Kenworth T680s, the Freightliner Cascadias, and the 126 versions of that, and a fair amount of Volvos that are out there on the road today that we're seeing a lot of transaction on. So all in all, it seems to be a pretty healthy market for the trucks. Nothing to scream and say we're getting ready to get on some sort of a explosive growth or anything like that. Don't want to couch it that way, but we are seeing a little bit of a turn into the improvement side of it, with a little bit less of volume in the fleets, and of course that translates to a little bit more of that uptick in price that we've been seeing.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if this is even a doable or even a possible, if there's an answer to this at all, but in your world, the Purple Wave world, is it is it just a completely different world than, say, the OEM retailers?
Oh, you're talking about your dealer network on your new transfer? Yes, sir. Yeah, it actually is. And now we do trend along with them in some aspects, but we diverge probably on more than we converge with them. And a lot of the divergence on that is really it's right now being spread with the fact that trucks are, a new truck from a dealer is exceptionally expensive. There's a little bit longer lead times right now. There's questions about tariffs. How's that impacting on the cost of those trucks, et cetera? So what happens with the secondary market, as we like to refer to it, is that it seems to be a little more stable on some of that stuff with pricing, especially that 5 to 7 year old class truck, which we sell the majority of. Those seem to be, a preferred truck. It's easier to get into one of those by a long stretch. A lot of them on the road, so the value on them are still there. Most of these large fleets, when they turn over their trucks, they're about 25 to 30% into their life. So they still got, somewhere between 70 and 75% of their life remaining in that truck. So it's a very good value. So the buyer segment for those are a little bit different. By and large, the new truck buyers and stuff we see are those mid-market and larger carriers. You do have some of the owner operators and stuff like that. They'll go out and buy these the new trucks from the yards and stuff like that, the dealer network. But by and large, that secondary market, the auction market, and then the secondary used sales markets through those same OEMs seem to be a little more robust right now. And it's because this price stabilization seems to be there a little bit better, at least in what we've seen in the past, and comparatively speaking. And of course, there's that value to it. I mean, you can buy that new truck for $180,000, or you can get that same truck that's probably 3 to 5 years old, or the 5 to 7 for anywhere between 50% to 40 to 50% under that amount, and you still got a lot of that life left. And we talked about it before, the tech that's there that's necessary for, you know, your ELDs and stuff like that are all inherent in most of those trucks that are on the secondary market today already. So.
Yeah, that wasn't the case maybe 10 years ago, but it certainly is now, isn't it?
Yeah, that is right. That's more of a stabilizing factor, because a lot of people had to get out of those trucks or add some bolt-ons to their older trucks to be compliant, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays it's kind of inherent to it. So if you got a truck that's, 8 to 10 years old or newer, you probably have that technology in there. And if it's 5 to 7 year olds, I'm almost certain that you do. So you're compliant with that.
One of the things you pointed out, and I want to kind of pull out here, Don Nash is with us. This is the Purple Wave Perspective, purplewave.com. And we'll stay tuned for Don's pick of the month, too. You're going to love it. Maybe you and a friend might love it. Don knows what I mean.
That's right. That's right.
Selection. It's like location, inflation on tires, and selection on trucks. I mean, there's nothing you can't find at Purple Wave. So, the selection's almost overwhelming in a sense.
It is. We've had a great mix of trucks that come across, from the day cabs and the sleepers, all makes and models. The majority of the trucks that we sell are in that. Excuse me, a little bit of a cough there coming out of this holiday, but the trucks that we sell there, we've got a great selection of that. Again, all OEMs are almost, I would say, and I'm just looking at our trucks right now that we've got coming up on our sale on January 22nd. That's Thursday of next week. And yeah, we've got pretty much every make represented, every manufacturer's represented there, Packer products, Volvo, et cetera. So it is a cornucopia that's out there to it. So if you're looking for a truck, that's that market, purplewave.com obviously is a great place to go and reference that. But overall, the market itself has got a good selection that's out there. We've seen a lot of that developing over the last quarter. A lot of it's coming in. Like I had mentioned, the inventory is a little more shallow, I guess. This time last year, we probably had about a 12% increase in inventory versus what's available now. And of course, that helps drive some of that pricing. But that up in that 8% tick. But again, it's not any one single brand of truck or model or year. Actually, we've got pretty much the gamut that's out there, and that gives a lot of people the opportunity to find that right truck for their stuff.
You mentioned tariffs a little bit earlier. I don't want to dwell on tariffs. Chris Orban and Jimmy Mack and I just had a
it was a great segment.
You heard it, yeah. But you did mention because that 12%, do you think that might have been generated mostly by tariff fears or tariff hesitation?
Well, it could have been. I think. I mean, we're talking about a year-on-year look at it. So the OEMs themselves, they're obviously very smart about what they're wanting to do with their go forward with their orders and stuff like that. So I think it was a combination of that. The fear, they didn't quite know what was going to happen. They knew something was going to happen, and we still aren't 100% sure what's happening. But so it's still a little bit of a guessing game here. I mean, but overall, I think that was a driver for it. So it rescinded some of the orders. I know some of the larger fleets out there backed down on some of the orders, but then again, that drove up a lot of the secondary market in value. And so a lot of people would think, okay, well, it's going to drive the volume down on that, but it necessarily didn't last year on that side. A lot of people saw the opportunity towards the end of the year that was happening. So they got into their market with their secondary truck. Maybe they were looking to scale down a little bit, hey, we're going to go from a fleet of 25 or 30 trucks and we're trying to get down to about 15. That's where we are a little more lean, a little more agile going into the year. Again, the year before last, so I've been, the last quarter of 2024 going into 2025. And so that pushed a little more of the volume back out into the market, just a little, that 8 to 12% range, depending on where you're looking at. It's very regionalized. But I think that was a combination with those tariffs and the unknown walking into it. I think this year we've got a little more clarity on it, I guess. We're politics aside, but we're 1 year into the administration now that's here. So we've got a good view about, hey, we think that what's happening, geopolitics outside of the U.S. aside, but the view inside of the United States, it seems to be that the people that are looking at that seem to have a little more of a stable view of it versus it was a year ago.
I'm not making a comparison, but maybe a parallel, because there are myths about everything. And I remember retreads. Oh, every alligator you see on the side of the road, those are retreads. And as it turns out, nah, it's about 50%,
That's right.
and that's about that's fair, right? A tire
That's
is
fair.
a tire is a tire. If it's a good tire, it's a good tire, whether it's brand new or a retread. So those myths have been pretty much busted on retreads now, for sure.
Sure.
And retreading has become a lot better. And so have you guys, and so has the inventory. You don't sell junk. Well, you might have an old junky truck that somebody wants to buy a piece of junk
that
and
is
fix
for
it
sure,
up.
yeah.
That's cool. But they're not going to get a piece of junk unless they want a piece of junk, is what I'm trying to say. So can you maybe bust a couple of myths about buying at auction? And was the retread thing a little bit too pointed?
No, I don't. I think you're about right on those retreads. I mean, a lot of the major fleets now actually, have either partnerships or conduct their own revulcanization of that stuff. I mean, and the treads are, for drive axle tires and trailer tires, they're perfect. Of course, steer axles still have to be on OEM new, but yeah, I think it's a good comparison. Because you look back in the auction industry years back, and I mean, not even really in the recent history, but years back, there was that taint to it, right? There were people looking at, hey, that's in the auction for a pert reason because nobody else wants it. And they just got to find somebody to get rid of it. And that was to paraphrase it, an exit strategy for a lot of people, whether it was liquidation of their fleet because they're going out of business, or, hey, I got to get rid of that truck because I don't feel good about selling to anybody that I know. So it's an exit strategy for that. That's not the case in today's market. It's more of it's a selling strategy and a buying strategy for, you name the major fleet. They're represented at an auction somewhere, I promise you. And then every major buyer of most of the outside of the major fleets, because they have good deals going back from the new stuff. But those secondary mid-tier market guys, they are very heavy in that market space too for the auction. That used to be it's risky, that et cetera. But what we've done at Purple Wave specifically is that if you go into purplewave.com, our inspection reports that you see there and the functionality tests that we do videos, we show you the engine, we show you where you can see if it's got blow by or not. You can listen to the engine, you see it in operation. You've got, I don't know, between 80 and 120 photographs typically about that. We also do something that nobody else does. We connect you with that seller, with the owner. So you have that transparency to say, I really like that truck. It checks all my boxes, but man, if I could just ask a couple of questions to that owner. It's right there on the listing page itself. You can go to it. You can connect with them, phone or email, whatever they have up there, or both, and coordinate that way. And if you still have questions about it, give us a call. We'd love to help you out. To let you know. But I think that inspection process has become so good. Of course, technology is so much better than it was even 5 years ago for that. I mean, we're implementing stuff that's coming up this year that is kind of cutting edge. I don't want to get too far ahead of. That'll be for another segment. But we got some greatly improved stuff that's coming up. But that visibility of what that truck is, we try to replicate it as if you were walking around it and sitting in the cab. And I think we do a pretty good job at that. And that helps give that buyer confidence. So it exits that myth busting, or it targets that myth busting process just because you can look and see and touch and smell. Well, say not smell, but touch and feel, and maybe almost smell the diesel from it when you're looking at that review. So looking at those inspection reports, the combination of that, along with being able to access that seller information, it should give a lot of people high confidence about what the truck is, instead of just kind of a guesswork showing up at an auction on a Saturday or a Wednesday afternoon or something and hoping that you get a truck that doesn't have something wrong with it. That's just not the case. Certainly not at Purple Wave, but in the industry across the board, most major auction houses now are doing something very similar to that to bring that kind of a peace and buyer confidence to the market.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go away from the equipment just for a moment, because you really brought the human element in when you're talking about, well, you can go ahead and talk to the guy direct. Here's his number or her number. Through my career, I can't tell you how many times I've met guys, talked to guys who were company drivers for a lot of years. They ran a dummy company in the truck for a year, maybe a couple of years, and found out that, hey, I can do this and I think I can do it better. Do you guys get a lot of drivers who have been on the road for a long time who are now going to step into the water as an owner-operator for the first time? I'm sure you've met a lot of those folks.
Oh yeah, for sure. Over the years, just way too many to count, to be honest. But yeah, I probably get a half a dozen of those calls a month or something like that. Not quite as frequently as I did probably 6 or 8, 10 years ago. It's especially 3, 4, 5 years ago, as we were coming just at the end of COVID and coming out when the market was just going crazy, and if you could fog a mirror, you could find a load to make money on back in those days. But yes, we do hear that quite a lot. I do talk to people that way. My advice to the people that are coming away from line draw fleets and starting their own stuff to do that is to do your homework. Use all the tools that we just talked about to look at that. Understand the market itself outside of the equipment. Understand where you're going to do your business at. But we do see quite a bit of those people that are exiting the fleet haulers, the large fleets and stuff like that, to try to get out there on their own. What we also see, Dave, is people that are already in that market looking to expand a little bit. Hey, I need another truck. I'm getting another driver, or put them under my authority and we'll run that way. Or they're running as a subcontractor to a larger fleet, doing their own, they're the power and they're pulling the loads. We see a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that uptick, and I would, from hearing in the market space, that is sort of I wouldn't say a new, but it's pivoting more to that, at least from what I'm seeing. I would love to hear what everybody that's listening on the program has about that. I may be shot in the face about it, but I may be a little wrong.
Let me say this right here, Don. Let me interrupt you just quickly.
Sure.
Andre is here. He's got the phone in his hand. Guys,
Great.
if you want to pop in, maybe say hello to Don real quick and talk a little bit about this. We'd love to hear from you. We have time. The number is 615-292-6366, and Andre will let us know when someone calls in. So give us a buzz. We'd love to talk to you, and you don't have to you just answer Don's question about how you feel about that. Yeah.
Just kind of curious, but we do see quite a bit of that. People are getting away from that a little bit and into their own operation, and trying to get their own authority. If they're not running on their own authority, they'll run under someone else's and subcontract that way. But that fleet expansion really right now is what I've seen a lot of, especially it seems like the last 6 months. A lot of people that are, hey, I've got 1 or 2 trucks. I think I can go a little bit bigger, and then a combination of it, Dave. We see some of the guys that are doing long haul over the road. Then they want to spread out a little bit. They've got maybe their son or family member or something like that, and they can pick up some local delivery stuff. So they'll scale down to a mid-sized truck, a medium duty truck, a class 6 or 7, a little box truck or something like that, and run some stuff out of a cross dock facility or something like that regionally or locally, and expand that way. So they're kind of got a foot in each one of those markets. So if one gets a little bit soft, they can pivot around to do that. Very, very smart business strategy, in my opinion, to not put all your eggs in one basket. You got a couple of different revenue streams there. One might be pretty hot and the other one might not be so great, and then you can balance them off. But I do see a lot of that in the market space, especially interested buyers. And in the trucks that we sell on that every other Thursday market, I get usually 1 or 2 calls most weeks about that, just inquiring about it. But a lot of people are talking about business more than they talk about the equipment on those calls with me.
Yeah. So you are over on the East Coast. You're heading back to the Midwest on a plane, which means you were home for Christmas?
I was, thankfully, yes. I was up in Virginia. That's where I live. So I was up in Virginia this Christmas, and got a little snow, but not quite on snowy Christmas Day. But yeah, I got to have a couple of weeks home. But New Year, so we're out getting it done.
Down here in the New Orleans area, we blow off more fireworks on New Year's Eve than on the 4th of July. And I'm talking about people. If you go to any neighborhood, all you got to do is stand in the middle of the street and you have a 360-degree light show going on for about 10, 15 minutes. It's crazy. What about that neck of the woods?
Pretty quiet where I live. I live up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, so it's pretty quiet. So it's more owl calls and hoot owls and screech owls and stuff of the sort. Not so much in the fireworks. Not so much. Yeah, it was a very quiet New Year's for me. I went to bed early and woke up just about 10 minutes before watching the ball drop with the rest of the world, and passed out about 10 minutes after that. That's a young man's game back in those days. I can handle it, and I have actually been to New Orleans on the New Year's, and so I can attest to your to that fact. Yeah, I was amazed. I've been there, and then I was like, holy crap, this is like 4th of July. Those are my thoughts about it. But yeah, what a great town for New Year's. That's a great place to be.
You know, you talked a little bit about, well, you know, you have a truck and it's doing this thing, but maybe you can do something else over here with a smaller truck or a bigger truck, whatever, and kind of have it there, and you got, you know, a couple of opportunities. I'm looking at the website right now, and I'm looking at the link belt excavator, and you guys don't just have trucks.
Oh, not at all. Yeah, that's like I said, it's just one of our what we call 5 core segments that we have. But construction market, so anything that digs and plays in the dirt, it's there. Typically, we have, you know, those auctions they parallel that. They run every other week, same as our truck auctions. We also have what we call our vehicle and equipment auction, again, every other week. The vehicle and equipment auction is, as it sounds, it's kind of the consumer class equipment. So you need your daughter needs a car to go to school in, or hey, I need an extra pickup truck for taking the trash out. Like my little brother just bought one not too long ago for that very purpose. We live out in the country, so you move your own trash, and he doesn't want to do it in his nice GMC, so he got him a beater F-150 to do it. But yeah, we sell all of that, and then we have in our government space too. We are very heavy in that space. So and that kind of encapsulates everything, right? Government sell everything from, you know, vehicles and pickups and stuff like that up to heavy equipment and dozers and cranes. And so the government auctions, again, every 2 weeks capture a little bit of all of that. But we are very in tune to that because we want to segment that out and represent that equipment to those markets and not just kind of dump it all in a basket and let everybody else try to sort it out. And because the things get confusing, then your equipment, if you're a seller, can run the risk of kind of getting lost in the event, et cetera. But we feel that segmenting that out in those core segments like we do, trucks included, and then representing that equipment to the specific buyers that'll be interested in that. And then that's what we do. That's why we call ourselves an asset-based organization versus an event-based organization. We don't just throw up a sign and say, hey, we're having an auction on such and such day. You know, everybody show up and maybe find something that you're looking for. We actually host those events every other week, and during that interim time when we've got that up online, like we'll talk about in a second with the trucks of the month, we actually want to find the right buyers for those trucks, you know, to get that information to those people that are interested in that. So we really target that segment, and we've done a lot of background research. We've got a business development team that's second to none. Our marketing stuff, if you're listening to right now on the radio, I can promise you that you have seen a Purple Wave. That'd be another call for Dre to field. If you have not seen a Purple Wave ad, I would love to hear from you because, man, we're going to find you and put you in front of it. But we've done a lot of work in that. But that segmentation and going to market strategy like that is very, very important to us. And to make sure that we have, you know, not a grocery store just selling eggs and milk, that we sell all of it. And that's exactly why it's designed that way. And I think we've done a pretty good job at doing that. And those inspection reports we talked about translate to all of that. It doesn't matter if you're looking at a lawnmower that's selling at the government auction, or a Class 8 truck sleeper cab that's going over the road, or a $1 million crane that we've got in our construction sales. All of those things are always very, very detailed, very, very high quality, high resolution photographs and videos to where you can see what's going on.
Yeah.
Again, represented with the owner's information, so you can contact and get that buyer confidence up so you know what you're buying.
You know, I got to say something to folks who have no interest in buying anything with wheels on it. If you go to the Purple Wave website, it's just fun. Looking at all, you can get lost in there, man. I mean, it's
we call it. We get these reports where we see the traffic, of course, on a daily basis that comes across, and we have some guys that say, "Oh, that's an issue," and that's how we kind of measure a lot of the metrics about who to get where to get the equipment in front of, who to get it in front of. But we have a lot of people, just like you said, it's, you know, pardon the pun, it's called equipment porn. They just like to look at a lot of that stuff, man. And I do too, and I'm too guilty as anybody. I love looking through this stuff and looking through it, and it's a lot of fun. You learn a lot. You can kind of see some of the market stuff, but you know, some of the stuff is just amazing that we've got out there for sale. Kind of like what we'll probably talk about in a few minutes with the trucks.
We are about to do that because it is now time for the Don Nash Truck of the Month. Take it away, Don.
That is, and it's not just a single one this time, guys. It's double. We have got 2 trucks, 2 beautiful Pete 389s that are going to be selling next week. from our friends Wayne Transport, which is just south of Minneapolis, a little town called Rosemont, Minnesota, right south of Minneapolis. And it's two Pete 389s. They are in medium red, sleeper, mid-rise, Packer power, chrome all the way around it, stacks on the outside. So with the air breathers, just gorgeous trucks. Selling next week on Thursday. Currently, we've got about averaging just under 20 bids on each one of those. The 2020 is actually outperforming a little bit of the 2022. These are 500,000-mile trucks. So about the right thing. I mean, about 100,000 miles a year is what we see on over-the-road trucks, and one's hovering at about 28,000 right now on the current bid, and the other one about 25,000. Now, remember, when these trucks sold, these were $145,000 trucks. Well, 2020 and no, they were more than that. That 2022 was probably somewhere around 170,000 new when it came across the line. So it's a really good opportunity for somebody to get into absolutely beautiful trucks. I mean, I encourage everybody to log on to purplewave.com, go to the truck sale, take a look at those two beautiful red Pete's there. And they're not the only ones. We've got plenty of other ones there. You're looking for a day cab. We've got, about 28 of those that are up there. Trailers as well, reefers as well as flatbeds, as well as dry vans. So, but those two beautiful red Pete's are just spectacular looking.
And don't you love a truck that looks like a truck?
Yeah, man. Long and tall. Yeah, long and tall as we like them. That's just truck. I want to talk to my boss, Mr. Aaron McKee, is the owner of Purple Wave, to see if I can't get that switched out for my company truck. That might be pretty good, but probably that credit card fuel bill might be a little more than he wanted to stomach with the driving that I do.
Whoa, I'm getting the signal over here from Andre, and I can't believe how fast that went. As always, Don, thank you so much for everything. Have a safe trip back to the company.
Home office in Kansas.
Yeah, in Kansas, and we'll talk to you next month. Well, we'll talk before then, but we'll be back on the show here next month.
I appreciate everything you do, Dave, and thanks for everything. Talk to you then.
Happy New Year to you and Aaron and the whole gang there at Purple Wave. purplewave.com. I mentioned her a little bit earlier. Madeline Crispell is going to be joining us from the Chicago Maritime Museum. There is one, and boy, they got a lot of stuff there. St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Hey, by the way, today is the Feast of the Wild Men. How about that? The Feast of the Wild. It's a real thing, guys. Look at it.
I wonder what they're eating.
Whatever they damn want. Wings, pizza. I mean, if you read the real details, it's just a celebration of good-looking dudes who work hard. That's really what it comes down. I mean, it's got its mythological basis and all that kind of drawing from all that men's movement. And I don't mean the men's movement that toxic dumpster fire. I'm talking about the Robert Bly sort of Iron John, go out into the woods with a drum and wail at the moon kind of stuff. But basically, if you read the whole thing in detail, it's like, let's all kind of celebrate good-looking dudes who get dirty, Which, by the way, we got a couple of them here. That's all I'm saying. I'm throwing myself in there. Why not? You should, if you're listening right now, you should throw yourselves into that, by the way. All kinds of groovy stuff you can throw yourself into, including a mud pit for a tough mudder. That's how you be a wild man. You can do it that way. Hey, by the way, you can lift up that hood, get under that hood, get yourself all grease-monkeyed up, and you are good to go. Good to go with Dave Nemo and Phone Master Dre here on Nemo Nation. Don't forget, tomorrow, Road Gang Radio, where we make a living, then we make a life, continues. And then on Wednesday, along with that, we're going to drop in with We Should Write, right? Right. Where Lindsay Lawler returns to discuss the healing power of writing with creatives of all shapes and sizes and all backgrounds and genres. And you will be part of that conversation because all of it is live. Speaking of not live, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Trucking with OIDA, one form or another. Our friends Ashley and Scott will be here on Thursday. Get a chance to talk with them then. But we're going to pivot now. Say pivot, Dave.
Pivot.
We're going to pivot, and we're going to turn to Dre, and we're going to bring in our next guest now. I will do the socials. Dave will introduce the guest. ChicagoMaritimeMuseum.org. On the tube of you, it's at Chicago Maritime Museum 1, as in the number 1, not the letters that spell 1. On the gram of Instagram, it is Chicago Maritime Museum, and on the Book of Face, it is Chi Maritime Museum, SCHI, as in Chi-Town. Chi Maritime Museum. Dave, introduce us away.
Yes, to break right through all of that, Madeline Crispell is joining us. Madeline is the curator at the Chicago Maritime Museum. Madeline, good morning and welcome and Happy New Year.
Morning, guys. Happy New Year. Very happy to be here this morning.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I'm thrilled to have you. I watched the first episode of Making Waves and
oh, well, thank you. It makes you and my mom. I appreciate that.
And I hit that like button too. But you guys, I just want to tell our listeners now that you put together a series. I think there's 12 in the series. They're about 20, 25 minutes long and really insightful, not just about the museum itself, but about the maritime history of Chicago, Illinois. And there is definitely a maritime history of Chicago, Illinois. Chicago, Illinois wouldn't be there if it wasn't surrounded by water in the first place, right?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right.
And
it's the fact that we're in between the two superhighways of the continent before we had the actual highways, the Mississippi River and the Great Lakes.
Now, I'm at the bottom of that Mississippi River. I'm here in New Orleans. For 7 years, 3 in high school and 4 in college, I've worked 7 years, summers and nights on the river. As a fleet man, I broke and made tow for a big barge company here. Some of those barges came from your neck of the woods.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But what really got me, and I thought this might be a pretty good place to kind of start our actual conversation here and talking about the museum and what you guys do. I was really, really surprised and a little hurt too when you said back in 1881, Chicago, the Port of Chicago did more business than New Orleans, Philadelphia, and New York City combined. I thought, holy cow, that's saying something. And that might be a good place to jump in here.
Sure. Well, let me explain why that is. A series of canals opened in the 19th century, the Erie Canal in 1825, the Illinois and Michigan Canal in 1848. And what that does is it links up waterways that previously, if you're taking your canoe down the Des Plaines River trying to get to the Great Lakes, you're going to have to portage it, take your canoe out. These canals link up all the waterways so that now, you can take goods from a boat in New York City and you can get them down to New Orleans without ever having to go over the land. You go up the Hudson River, over the Erie Canal, the Great Lakes, takes you to Chicago, you take another canal to the Des Plaines, you end up in the Mississippi, and that takes you down to New Orleans. And so because of that, Chicago is at everybody else's journey. We are a leg of the trip no matter where you are taking things. So let's say you are a farmer in the Midwest and you have grain that's going to go out to the cities on the East Coast. That's going to pass through Chicago. The rail, all of these other transportation technologies are a part of the shipping that's happening on the water as well.
Well, Madeline, there's one more little detail I'll share with you about me. When that canoe hits the Des Plaines through Joliet, Illinois, that's my hometown.
Oh, no, you're kidding. A very important area for our history here.
I know you're from the north side.
Yes, that's right. I grew up on the North Shore originally. The museum is located in Bridgeport, though. So, I'm rooting for the White Sox these days.
I will say this, too. It's a great reminder, too, about why there's a connection between the two cities, particularly when it comes to music. And it's a great reminder when you have that kind of main line, it's not that hard because once the travel pattern gets established, it is very easy to figure out other ways and other routes that kind of move along the same sort of direction as well, too. I mean, I was talking with a good friend of mine about the fact that a lot of people don't realize the I-10 corridor for a large portion of it actually is the same path that many Native Americans walked from Texas all the way to Florida on a regular basis.
Right, absolutely.
And so...
you see that across these transportation technologies. Your listeners are following in the footsteps of very, very long pathways that connected the areas of the country. You might look at a highway and think it is brand new, but exactly as you said, that is probably you're retracing the path that people have been taking for millennia.
Mm-hmm. And I was also laughing about it. This is a really wild story. So, we're in New Orleans now, and my neighborhood that I grew up in was Lakeview, the one that got basically destroyed in 30 minutes by Hurricane Katrina. So we go back there in the aftermath, and of course there isn't anything there. I mean, it is dead silent because all the white noise, all the electrical fixtures have all been knocked out. And this is a great reminder of how people used to travel back in the day. We could hear this whisper in the background, this whisper in the background. I said, Dad, what the hell is that? And he goes, that, son, is Lake Pontchartrain. And people forget that bodies of water, even when you walk alongside of them, the walk is cooler, the walk is breezier, the walk is more organized, and it's also a great place to escape from things who might be coming for you as well. So these routes, maritime routes, provide not just a direction, but they provide real security and real kind of certainty on them as well when they create these networks. And it's a really cool thing that you guys are doing over there because you're looking at the history of this stuff. But you're also looking at the dangers, because I know a lot of the stuff that you guys talk about is things that go incredibly sideways as well. There's incredible danger to being on the water. Kennedy might have been right, from the sea we come and to the sea we shall return, but sometimes we return too soon, as Odysseus has proven over and over again. Talk to us a little bit about when you arrive at the museum, what that experience is like for the first-time visitor.
Sure. So you come into the museum. We are located in a very cool building, the Bridgeport Art Center. It used to be a warehouse for a company that supplied hotels and passenger steamers, and then the Spiegel Catalog Company bought it in the 40s.
Hadn't heard that word in a long time. Yikes.
So, we've got these big, huge, cool freight elevators, and we are down on the river level. So our gallery looks out over Bubbly Creek, which is an infamous stretch of the Chicago River going right through what used to be the meatpacking district. And you kind of walk through Chicago's maritime history. So we start you out with some big maps that situate you, show you the shoreline, and then you're going to walk through. You'll see canoes, schooners. You're going to see, like you said, some highlights of darker episodes in the lake's history. The Eastland disaster, 844 people died when a boat capsized in the Chicago River. That's one of the deadliest peacetime maritime disasters in U.S. history, not just Chicago. And then, you're going to follow around, learn about World War II and the aircraft carriers on Lake Michigan. We've got model ships, all kinds of things. We've got a whole exhibit dedicated to the Lady Elgin, which is a little known shipwreck, but the deadliest in Great Lakes history. So a lot of stuff to sink your teeth in.
You mentioned the Eastland disaster. I had not heard of that until I saw your video and saw the site. Over 800 people were killed on this schooner in the Chicago River, middle of downtown, but it was tied to the dock. Is there an explanation of how that could possibly happen?
Yeah, so the Eastland is a steamship. It's chartered by the Western Electric Company to take their employees to Michigan City, Indiana for a summer picnic. And, this is a period, an explosion in passenger steam travel. And, you see companies kind of cutting corners and, we're repairing the deck with concrete where it should have been repaired with wood, letting thousands more people on boats than they were designed for. This disaster, it happens in 1915. That's just a couple years after the Titanic.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody understood that was so bad because they didn't have enough lifeboats. So the Eastland owners, they loaded up with lifeboats, but they put them all on the top. So you've got 5 times too many people, all these lifeboats. It's very top-heavy. And on that morning, it had been seen listing in ports for years. It was listing terribly, and it just lists and lists. That's tipping in the water, and it tips over right into the Chicago River.
Wow. And they were all going to a picnic. That is tragic on several levels for sure. One of the least known is if I went to Chicago and talked to people on the street, would anybody know about this?
Not as many people as you'd think for being the single deadliest day in our city's history.
Yeah.
I grew up never having heard of this.
Well, I know that
It
because
wasn't
you said
until-
that on the video.
Yeah, you heard my cemetery story then.
Yes.
So that is how I learned about this disaster. I visited Bohemian National Cemetery in Chicago, and I noticed rows and rows of graves that all had the same end date. And that's how I became curious in that history.
By the way, in case you're wondering how Madeline got the job of curator at this museum, I think she's proven it over the last 11 minutes. By the way, since '82, what the museum has done is collected items as well that commemorate Chicago's maritime history. It's got more than 6,000 items have accumulated, including watercraft models, articles, books, displays, art, images, and artifacts. And as they say in the website, seldom does a week pass without an addition to the collection that contributes to understanding Chicago's maritime history. The best museums are not just places where people go to see and people go to enjoy and spend a day. That makes them wonderful. What makes them important is they're also resources for researchers so that people like you have a place to go if they are in fact are doing books about what happened on the Great Lakes, what happened in the city of Chicago in regards to prohibition. All of that kind of stuff plays a part of this. Talk about the center as a research center and what it can do for people who are looking to dive deeper beyond just a great day with their friends and family.
Sure. Well, first of all, dive deeper. Appreciate the maritime
You're
lingo
welcome.
already.
I'll be here all week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We find all kinds of people use us as a resource. I mean, one of our big constituents is model shipbuilders. So if you're trying to create a historic model, we are a great resource to see, schematics and details of historic ships. We have a lot of people who come in researching family. They have a great-grandfather who was an Irish canal boat captain in the 19th century. We've got a lot of people who are interested in the city now. The number of times I've been contacted by a company that's trying to figure out, what was on this stretch of the river that they just bought. So, there's kind of no end to what people could use us for. Water touches every aspect of city living, and so if your history has some kind of intersection with the water, we have something here for you.
By the way, also, I want to make sure people understand great museums aren't just about a visit. They're not just about research. They're also about communities. And you guys have a heck of a community. You have a lecture series, you have educational programs, and every once in a while you throw a fundraiser or a party. There's a lot of good stuff to do for people who are looking to get involved either in real life or virtually. Can you kind of tell us the kind of stuff that you offer your members and your friends?
Oh, all kinds of things. So you're right, we've got this monthly lecture series, the third Friday of every month. We've got someone coming in talking about maritime history, and, we see that really broadly. We might have someone come in, they're talking about, the role of Chicago in the Navy during the Civil War. We might have a poet come in and do a reading. We're looking at this really broadly. We've got all kinds of events for our volunteers. We've got this amazing volunteer program. I am the museum's only full-time staff member, so there are a lot of ways to get involved. We make sure we do a lot of development, make sure people are up to the new material in the museum. And, we've got a lot of fun programs, concerts, saltless sea shanties. There's a lot you can do with us.
I'm looking at pictures of the models, and I can see why people would come to you to get details on some of these things. That Le Griffin, though, where did that come from?
Yeah, the Griffon. So
Griffon.
Maybe the oldest ship to have been built on the Great Lakes, a French ship. This is one of those where archaeologists, divers, people keep thinking they found the Griffin. They keep not finding it, but very historically important ship, and we have this incredible team of model builders who work at the museum. We've got a whole model ship studio, and so that's all done by volunteers as well. So anybody listening on the airwaves right now, if you are interested in building model ships, please look us up at the Chicago Maritime Museum. I've got a whole studio for you.
Well, let me give you a connection here that Johnny Cash did back in 1970. He had a TV show for a while, and he did a medley called the Great Truckin' Medley. It was about 6 minutes long, and he did all of these songs, put them together. But he called truck drivers sailors on the concrete seas.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. I thought you would.
Well, it's very true. It's a tradition that your listeners are taking part of. That goes all the way back to those guys who were hauling lumber on the Great Lakes.
Talk to us a little bit about Madeline. About. By the way, Madeline's one of my favorite names in the world, and Dave knows why. It's one of my favorite names in the world because it's the name of my goddaughter. And I wanted to kind of ask you about curation itself because there's some really great stuff you guys did earlier this year. Wonderful photography exhibit. Talk to us about the programming and the decisions you have to make in order to kind of what goes where and when it goes there and how you decide to then change things up to make sure that there's always something to return to for the people who are there for the first time. They can see the kind of foundational stuff, but then you've got to make sure the people who are there with you and who love this stuff get to see the new or the newly kind of discovered in certain kind of presentations and collections.
Well, it's a great question, and obviously something I think about a lot. Especially, we've got so many different audiences who are coming in through the museum. And, I recognize that a group of third graders from Gary, Indiana, who are coming as an after-school program, they're going to have a totally different set of questions from the Chicago Underwater Archaeological Society, which meets here the last Wednesday of every month.
I don't know, though. I mean, they're all kids at heart, aren't they? I mean,
similar. Everyone's curious, and that's what matters. And so trying to follow that curiosity, talking to as many people as I can who come through the museum. What are they interested in? What drove their visit? They're really curious about building canoes, or they're really curious about, a grandfather who worked in the lumber industry. And so, over time you have these conversations with your volunteers, with your visitors. You get a sense of what people are interested in, and that's when you go to the collection and see, well, how can I answer some of these questions we're getting with some of our objects? And there's also sometimes an impulse of, what do I really like that we have back in storage? What do I want to get out on view? And so that's informed a lot of our exhibitions, new highlights for the collection. I'm getting ready right now to put out whole bunch of stuff this year. This June is our 10th anniversary in our space in Bridgeport. And so highlighting some of the things that have come in those 10 years that haven't been on view yet. There's a drafting table and chair and tools from Henry Greeby, who had Greeby Shipyard, one of the most important shipyards in Chicago. They built the wooden minesweepers during World War II. That has to be a wooden ship so it doesn't set off the mine. All of that was happening in Chicago. And so, just making sure, exactly as you said, we've got our permanent exhibits, so no matter when you come, you're going to have some basic questions answered. Why was Chicago a landlocked, city in a landlocked state? Why was that the busiest port in the country? We answer those questions, and then, we hope that you'll leave with new ones, and then you'll come back and see our temporary exhibits, which will answer those.
Now, how did you wind up getting in the position that you are in? As a little girl, were you into boating and stuff like that?
Yeah, I wish I could say I was. I get really seasick. So, I grew up as a kid going to Lake Michigan, but not on Lake Michigan.
Yeah, she can't even get on one of the boats.
No, I mean, the river cruise, I'm taking Dramamine. But, I grew up very interested in Chicago history and history in general. And, the animating question for me has always been, what was life like then? And that's a really broad question, but I've worked at a lot of cool museums in Chicago. I spent a long time in the cartography department at the Newberry Library, which is an amazing free institution that I recommend to everybody. And so all of that kind of got me curious. Chicago, the answer of what question was what was life like at that point, water is going to pop up in that answer pretty often. And so that drew me kind of naturally to being interested in the waterways.
What do you got coming up almost immediately that you're excited about? And then we got to shuffle off this radio coil because, good God Almighty, we could talk to you all morning about this. What has got you really stoked?
Yeah, we have a fantastic lecture coming up on the 23rd in the evening, 7 o'clock. Ted Karamansky, fantastic historian, formerly of Loyola University, just retired, and thankfully now has more time to write. He's got a book coming out called The Unnatural History of Lake Michigan that he's going to be doing a talk about here. Talking all about how Lake Michigan is a body of water, unique in that it has been altered and changed by people for thousands of years. So looking at that whole span of history.
The Unnatural History of Lake Michigan. You got to love that. I love that title.
That's right.
Promise this will come back when you get more, when you get new exhibits and new objects.
Oh, anytime, guys.
Good God Almighty! And tell your book author we're going to be reaching out to him as well to get him on there. We like that. We like adventure.
Absolutely,
we like adventure over here, and this sounds like one heck of an adventure, guys. Once again, with feeling from the top, make your way over to ChicagoMaritimeMuseum.org. You can find them on YouTube at Chicago Maritime Museum 1. Why does it need to be a 1? Somebody else took that. Shame on them. Instagram.
I know, shocker.
I know. Chicago Maritime Museum. You can find on Instagram. See, people aren't screwing around over there. And on the Facebook, you can find them at Chi Maritime Museum. Madeline, Crispell, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Keep up the good work and do more curation.
It was a pleasure, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This, by the way, has been Nemo Nation. That has been Dave Nemo. The man across from me happens to be Phone Master Andre Thibodeau. What you got planned for today other than sleeping for 1,000 years?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, if I turn my mic on for everyone to hear.
What are you doing?
Man, I'm going to be running some more errands. I'm going to do some stuff over here to be able to take care of some law stuff, and then I'm going to go home and do some leaves and get ready for bed.
I like it. Do some leaves and get ready for bed. Get a little what I call that that low grade, that low impact cardio going on.
Well, that and also watch the most recent episode of Landman.
You seen any of Landman, Dave?
I have not seen
Oh,
it.
you'll love it.
You'll love it, dude. You'll love it. Billy Bob Thornton just basically cutting everybody a new bunghole.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good time.
So that means 80% of our listeners love that show.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they love it. I mean, I don't know if you're a Marshall talk about it. He just adores it as well, and I think it's a really damn good show. And my dad openly says, he goes, you get the oil part right, which is important for him, as you well know. That's a big deal. But Taylor Sheridan gets a lot of that stuff right.
Oh, 100%, man. He does his research. He knows what he's doing. He's not going to put anything in there that's going to be too dramatic unless it's Sons of Anarchy on horses. Oh man.
Sons of Anarchy on horses, by the way.
What about you guys? What you got going on the rest of your day?
Well, my day is I got a lot of work to do, but a lot of it's fun. I'm also meeting with a friend a little bit later on today to do some planning about her wife is going to be out of town for the week, and I have been assigned to kind of look after her. He got a couple of medical problems, so I've been kind of assigned to look after and kind of check in on her. So I'll be doing that as well, and I don't know, dusting off some board games. No, I got lots of work to do. I got to talk to some money people a little bit later on today. Got to talk to the folks from DAT about deepening our relationship over there. Very excited about that. You know, just the standard stuff.
Yeah.
You know, basically trying to keep this place open, afloat, alive, like you do as well. Coming in here at the crack of doom. Dude got here at what, 5? But we've been getting here like what, 5:20, 5:30 every morning.
Yeah.
It's like house of fire, man.
Yeah, man. I don't sleep. Who needs sleep? You know what I mean?
You're never going to get it. There's a guy's been awake since the Second World War. So, I mean, what's he doing with his life?
Speaking of that, hey, how you doing over there, Dave? What you
I'm
got going on the
doing
rest of your day?
Well, not too much. I just want to do a little bragging here.
Do
real
it.
Quick.
Go for it, man.
50 years and 1 day ago, I quit smoking. I mentioned this last week. 1976, January 11, I tried for the first, didn't make it. Then I played a head game and said, hey, 1-1s are better than 2-1. 2-1s are better than 1-1. So I'm going to go for the 11th, and I made it. People have always asked me, well, how did you do it? I've been trying to quit for years. Yeah, me too. Here's the answer that I found. Find something else that makes you want to quit more than you want to smoke. And it's not going to be your wife and kids, because everybody who smokes pretty much has wife and kids. So, you know what I'm saying. So it can't be about other people. It has to be about yourself. And I found some pictures of some lungs that had cancer from smoking compared to a healthy lung. And I was told at the time I was 20, I don't know how old I was. I was under 30. If you're under 30 and you quit now, your lungs will repair 100%. And every year after that, it's a little bit less. I told that to my doctor the other day, and he said, yeah, that's pretty much right. So that's it. Find something that makes you want to quit more than you want to smoke, because we do what we want to do. And when you find that, you'll want to quit, and then you'll do it.
Amen. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I could not agree more. I've always said, if you want to quit drinking, if you want to quit something that you're addicted to, find something that you love. It's a different variation. I said, find something that you love more than that, and that'll get you home. Always does. It's like, you know how I quit drinking, right? Because I knew I wouldn't be able to write. I would eventually, I could tell it. I knew what would happen eventually. I knew it. You could see it. Because alcohol, cigarettes, all of it, they always negotiate the most important thing to you, Dave, as the last thing they take away from you. Say, I'll just hold on to this. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. And then it's not. Then it comes for the last thing.
Hey,
What do
Dave,
say,
you could be
Greg?
like me, where I was just basically scarred as a child, where my mom's best friend lived with her, and she had it to where she had the hole in her throat. Oh, yeah. And then she had the little thing that she had to put on her neck to talk, so that would wake me up in the morning. Andre!
Oh, I knew someone like that.
Woo!
Yeah.
No offense to anyone that has that, but that will scar you as a kid and never want to smoke.
Do you remember when they killed Scuzzlebutt in South Park in the early episodes, and the guy with the thing in his mouth? You can play the music now and get us out of here. When he says they're all grieving at the fact that they've killed this peaceful monster, and the guy goes, "Only now at this late hour do I see the folly of guns." God. And they've been completely like, "It's coming right for you," and they just blow everything to hell.
Oh,
Only now at
Nemo
this late
Nation.
hour do I see the folly of guns.
Well, it's the late hour for us.
Man, dude, we took us right to the end.
Woo!
Love you, dude.
Whoa, I couldn't believe it.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, guys.